Critical Role? More like Heteromeles arbutifolia.
Man, why is my button still not working? God damn it. God damn it. I hit my scene change button, bro. Didn't do shit. Oh, well. Oh, well. Yep. That's Tuesday. Oh, reset day. Not that I'm a degenerate Warcraft player anymore, but I forgot it's reset day. So, happy that, I guess. Man. Oh, what's up, guys? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Adaria, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Soul, good morning, bro. I don't know what clip you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. But I did independently decide that maybe next week, I think my next Critical Role character is going to be Teor. Fuck. Damn it. All right. Alright, we're gonna get the fucking weirdos in my comments next week, and it's gonna be everyone but my fault. Okay? That's the way it's gonna be. Yep. That, or I just overrule the decision because TikTok wants to see Thimble so bad, you know? Good God, man. They're hungry for Laura Bailey. Holy. Alright, the meta for the day apparently is the Toyon. Otherwise known as the California coastal berry, I think. The Christmas berry. Damn. I can't tell what this meta is then. The meta Aduria, I'm guessing, is tropical plants, maybe? Subtropical plants? Something like that. Either way, berries are a great addition. It's going to be a 9-3. 9-3. An issue that recently removed the Stream Deck plugin from OBS, re-added it, then everything worked again. Oh, really? I'm having a hard time removing and messing with any OBS plugins. I'm going to do a fresh reinstall of everything this weekend. Like, I got to go to the computer store, buy some stuff today or tomorrow, and then this weekend I am just killing everything, reinstalling everything fresh, clean. I like to do that, like, if I can, once a year. I like to do a fresh reinstall of everything once a year. More likely once every 3 years or so. But yeah, no, I'm gonna because OBS, I think there's just too much garbage in there at this point in time. You know, I start it and it tells me I'm a piece of shit, and I try and close it. It tells me that, you know, it's a Wednesday, so you don't get to close OBS properly. It's a whole thing, man. It's a whole nasty little hive's nest of what the fuck. So I'm gonna redo some shit and maybe set up some things. And I don't know if I'll use the Stream Elements Live. I might use the item streaming suite or whatever it's called instead of Stream Elements Live. I don't know. Maybe I'll just go back to Streamlabs OBS and just be a 2012 streamer again, or whatever you do, or some shit. Can you just clear a cache in OBS or something? There's a lot of stuff that, like, I like to do. I like to just do a fresh wipe of everything once in a while. Just reinstall what I need. Keep my computer super lean. I find it helps things run better if I do that every once in a while. OBS though is just nasty. It's just nasty. I'm also going to be switching to Restream though for my multi-streaming needs, because OBS is just not doing it for me, you know? Just not doing it. That, or I just buy a $4,500 GPU, and then I'm sure I could stream on as many places as I want to just fine. Oh well. What's up, fel? Good to see you, bro. So what that means is $4,000 GPU is back on the menu. It's back on the menu, boys. Yep, had to buy a $2,500 printer this last month. That sucked. So now we're going to be looking towards making the stream upgrades done. And the tablet we're going to have to put off again. I know that we on our stream have all been very much looking forward to seeing a new tablet. Oh, man. Meld Studio has multi-streaming built in. Meld Studio. But is it I'm guessing it's multi-streaming like Streamlabs or Stream Elements is, where it's multi-streaming from the software, and that's the problem. That's why I want to do Restream, is because my my computer can't handle Photoshop being open with large files and multi-streaming to more than 2 destinations. So if it's through the software, can't do it. If it's through like I could do that with Stream Elements. I can click TikTok and YouTube Shorts and Instagram if I want to and select all of them, but it's just not happy, man. It's just mad. It's just angry. I don't know what I did to it, but it's just unpleasant to be around. So I did start yesterday watching episode 3 of Critical Role. I'm enjoying it so far, I think. They did steal my idea though. They did steal my idea and I'm mad about it because when I actually make Domingrad like a thing, people are going to say, oh, you copied Critical Role. So that's a bitch, but you know, what are we going to do? Right? What are we gonna do? Just complain? That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I can't believe they stole my idea, man. I can't believe they stole the idea that was the premise of Domingrad. Not that it was apparently pretty that original. Otherwise, wouldn't have been yoinked. So, there's that, I guess. It's a bit different, but I so it's not so without, because remember, we're not spoiling Critical Role until 3 weeks after the release of an episode. We want to give people some chance here, okay? So we can talk about episode 1 next week. So can't talk about episode 3 specifics right now, but the thing I had for Domingrad is it's different enough that I don't think everyone's gonna think, oh, it's just a direct carbon copy. It's very similar, but it's not, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. But I know that people, when I do release Domingrad as a playable setting in Eldara, they're going to say, oh, bro, you're just copying Critical Role. I can see how inspired you were or whatever, which is a pain in the ass. But to be fair, I do have a comic that I made for Domingrad when I was in art school in like 2011 or something like that. I'm pretty sure 2011 or 2012. So at least I got a good 12 years on them, for if anyone really wants to whine about me copying their idea, I can say, nope, here's my comic I made in art school. It's a shitty comic I made in art school, but this one's mine. So, morning, Garth, and morning, Cass. Yeah, $4,000 card is then that or getting a second PC for PC streaming. I've contemplated it. I've really thought about a second PC, and I still might. I just don't really have the space for that up here going on around here. But the thing is, that would be the ideal because Photoshop does mess up enough and things need to be reset and restarted or whatever often enough that it would be nice to have a second PC for that. And yeah, when people talk about multi-streaming, the kinds of of requirements that go into it are not usually graphics cards, but when you have Photoshop open, a bit different. It's a bit different than if you had a high, GPU intense video game or whatever, either way. So, but yeah, man, I think that I am going to still do Domingrad at a certain point in time. Obviously, it was going to be one of the worlds that I built somewhat soon. I was thinking next year at some point in time, Domingrad was going to be one of the second and third sort of worlds built for Eldara that would be a big release in tandem, in line with the adventures and stuff. So that's probably still on the menu. It's probably still the plan, even though maybe I'll have to wait for Domingrad because fucking Critical Role. But there's a saying towards that, something along the lines of what is it? Something along the lines of if the muse gifts you an idea and you waste it, then be sure she'll give it to somebody more worthy or something like that, and not tell you about it or whatever, and then you have to watch them do it and claim the glory. I don't know, some shit like that. I don't read. Come on, bro. I think I know how to quote the muses or whatever. Jeez. What would that even be like? So, even though Critical Role are dirty, filthy thieves from my brilliant idea. Oh, so is Blizzard, apparently. So is Blizzard. One of my friends who works for Blizzard said, bro, they straight up ripped off an idea of yours from D&D. And I was like, what? I can't tell you, it's NDA. But you'll find out in a couple of years. I was like, oh, okay. All right, cool. I guess I better get on it so that no one can say that I ripped them off when it comes out or some shit. So, it's fine. Even though Critical Role destroyed my idea, even though they ripped me off. I am still going to move forward, march on with the fan art series because I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. Okay. Unfortunately, next week I think I am going to have to draw Teor. What does he even look like? You know, actually, this won't be that bad. It's just a fucking lion. It's just a lion. Like, this fucking furry shit, get out of here with that. But if I just draw, like, an angry lion man thing, like an angry lion in armor, I think it'd be fine. This kind of shit, get out of here. This kind of shit, get out of here. You know, this is cool. Yeah, I could do this. I can do this. Yep. I can do art for Travis Willington character. Unironically, you think Travis is a furry? Ooh, what the fuck? Ooh, what the hell? The hell, man? Unironically, do we think Travis is a furry? I don't know, man. I'm starting to get worried with this whole Chetney fucking into Teor kind of thing going on here. I'm getting a little concerned, all right? That or he just thinks it's hilarious, in which case it's probably safe, you know? It's probably fine. Dude, if I get DM, oh my god, I'm gonna get weird DMs, aren't I? I'm gonna get weird DMs. I know it. Oh boy, I can already anticipate them. I'm gonna get so many follows from people I don't need following me, and I'm gonna get so much attention that I don't want. And they're gonna be all disappointed. So maybe the play is like, what is anathema to furries? Not that there's anything wrong with being a furry. I love the furries. All right, they're chilling, they're good, they're very nice. But the problem is, I don't need them asking me to draw their weird furry shit for them. Okay, that's all there is. So I got to figure out what is the thing that will like let them know that I'm not like on the table for art commissions the fastest. Like, what is the thing they hate the most? If I draw the Teor piece, and then what is it, like anime? And then I just draw some anime right after, or what? What can I post immediately after to let them know that you know. Oh boy, yeah, I gotta think this through, man. We gotta make some plans for this if I'm gonna be releasing a Teor piece. I also do have to release my Valus video. I still haven't edited that. Because it's kind of not the best quality, because I had to rip it from stream and I'm really upset about it, but that's fine. It's fine. It's not the end of the world, okay? Probably the Blizzard employee contract. Yeah, you're right. To rip off your D&D game. Wait, shit, no. Wait, what do you mean green? What do you mean green? Teor looks green? He's either a furry or his son made him pretend to be a lion at home during preschool years. Is that a thing that happens? Is that a preschool thing? Because my nephew makes my brother pretend to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex. You know? I don't know how kids work, alright? You think I know how to entertain a preschool-aged kid? Goddamn, bro. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is just, he's just been in dad mode. God, their kid's gotta be like a person by now, right? Damn, because I remember when Laura was pregnant on there trying to like hide it on stream, bro. I remember that shit. You don't want to draw my squirrel person rogue character with the tail split into two parts? I mean, he's a great nephew of Chatterfang. I don't think I could draw a squirrel. Yeah, I don't think I could draw a squirrel. Mean lion man? Sure. Squirrel folk? Unless you want the Marvel Rivals version of Squirrel Girl Squirrel folk, I don't know if I could do it. But then again, if I drew the Marvel Rivals version of Squirrel Girl, I don't really know if I'd want to have that kind of attention on the internet. I'd have to not post it, alright? And you know how I feel about not posting artwork. You know how much I hate that shit. But I will. Don't think I won't. I don't even make art anymore that I can't post or don't want to post. I remember when I basically decided that DeviantArt wasn't worth it anymore, like a bunch of years ago. There was art like it was like the third piece of art that I was like, I'm not posting this. I'm not gonna post it. I don't want the attention from this. And I was like, wait, why don't I even post here anymore? You know? Travis and Laura just make voices around each other a lot, and Ronan likes the jester voice from Laura the most. He used to make a lot of requests, maybe even now. That's adorable, man. What a cool upbringing it would be to be, to have your parents be like voice actors or whatever. That's gonna be a creative kid right there. You know, he's gonna have a cool upbringing. Even if his dad's a furry. No, I'm kidding. Relax, bro. I'm kidding, man. Come on. Even Laura Bailey and Travis Willingham couldn't afford to be furries. You keep telling us that an artist can draw anything. When did I ever say that I'm an artist, though? What the hell? When did I ever say I'm an artist? I never said an artist can draw anything. I'm not an artist. Bro, I'm a concept development specialist. Ooh, concept development technician. Oh no, the word technician's been taken over by AI prompt engineers, hasn't it? Shit. Damn it. Damn it, now what do I do? Now what am I gonna do, guys? I don't know. Maybe I'll just go back to posting on DeviantArt. It's not a cult. Wait, no, actually it is now. Actually, no, it's officially a redemption for it. So fair enough, Moose. Thanks for the bits, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah, wait, actually true this week. Been paying you for art and you're not an artist. I respectfully disagree. No, man, come on. When would I ever so arrogantly and hubristically claim that I was a real artist? Real artists are all jacked and have tattoos. I am neither jacked nor am I tattooed. I'm working on one of those things, but I don't have any immediate tattoo plans. Yeah, no, sorry, man. Like that's the thing. I mean, artists. Every real artist I know has mad tats. Half them drive motorcycles. The other half drive JDM import cars. And I don't know if there's like a midpoint past that, you know? Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe I gotta check with like the official Bureau of Artists to see if I qualify for that anytime soon. So this secret chat room, it's not a secret, it's right below my other chat. Fuck, man. I wonder if Restream will post YouTube chat into Twitch chat, or if it just posts the other way. I actually don't know. Also realized can grow beards. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Real artists can grow beards. I probably could have if I gave it another couple weeks, but it was bothering me. I'd have to be on it for a couple weeks, but the problem is when you change yourself, when you make any visual changes, even the slightest, on stream, like over a period of time, it becomes the most obnoxious thing in the world. So I wasn't willing to put up with it for another couple of weeks to see where I was at this year. So maybe I'll take an extended leave of absence next year at some point in time. Just come back full beardo. Buzz my hair down, get jacked. Come back with a beard. That's right. That's right. That'll be the plan, alright? I'll finally look like a 30-something-year-old. And then I'll be a real artist, alright? No, I mean, I actually talked to some young peepo artists about who wanted to go to art school a while ago, and they were saying like, what do we have to do to become artists? And I told them they needed to all get jacked and get tattoos as kind of a joke, but apparently they all started going to the gym after that. So, you know, maybe there's some truth to it. Maybe there's some unseen influences that I had that I didn't know about over them. You know? Anything to perpetuate the meme, I guess. Properly evaluate the art here. What do you bench? My bench? I don't know. I'm not actually pushing for a PR in bench right now because my shoulder got injured about a year ago and I don't push very hard on bench. I have no idea what my like PR for bench is. When I go for reps, I'm not even like I'm well below, you know, whatever my 1 rep max could be. So I have no idea. The only PRs I've been chasing in the gym recently are deadlift and squat. So I don't know, man. I'm like a little nervous to push it, you know? Every time I feel that just like pinch right here, it just makes me incredibly nervous. I actually benched today for the first time in like a week or two. Felt the pinch and immediately bitched out of it. 2 sets, fairly light, and I was done. So you're right. I gotta set some PRs to actually decide if I'm a real artist or not. What's up, Chrissy? Go train the mountains, find true art, and the beard of Eldara. You know, maybe I do need to do a mountain man training arc. Maybe that's what I need to do. You're right. I'll come back with a full written out script for the first Eldara movie. I'll be bearded. I'll paint like Greg Rutowski. All I need is a Byzantine patron to fund my excursion into the mountains for an extended period of time while they lounge at their villa. But I don't know any villa lounging Byzantine patrons, unfortunately. I know a fair amount of regular patrons, but not Byzantine lounging villa patrons, which is what you needed. Yeah, that or you just learn how to write grant proposals. I skipped the grant proposal writing class in school because I thought I was going to go get a job at a studio. There's probably a grant or two I could apply for. I have no idea. We got tons of grants for the arts in Alberta and Canada especially. I bet I could go find one for building my Eldara project or whatever. I bet you I could, honestly. I'm just not familiar with the whole thing that well, so haven't really looked into it. Seems like a whole lot of time to spend to beg the government for free money to do something, maybe. To get it, maybe, and to do something, maybe. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of work, dog. It sounds like it. But anyway, as far as like the adventure writing goes, I spent some time writing last night, and not for this adventure, for a little side secret project that I'm doing after. I just needed some time away from the current adventure to, you know, refresh and reset the mind a little bit. And I feel like I'm doing better with working on multiple projects, you know? That, like, the rust that kind of accrued over the last month or so is, like, beginning to get shaken off. And I think I might try and, like, really finalize some things adventure-wise in the next couple of weeks here and have something out. You know? Obviously, like, there's the whole idea of just never rushing the project, but what I realized when I was doing is I really need to get back to playing D&D. You know? It's like the creative thing that spawns ideas is playing D&D. But then again, I guess it's not like I really play D&D, is it? According to the internet, anyway. So I've been getting more like videos recommended in my TikTok feed and stuff like that about like how to properly play D&D, which is kind of nice to see actually again, because it means that the meta is returning. It means the meta of people telling you how to play D&D properly is coming back, which in some ways means that the popularity of D&D is returning. So I don't know if there's been like an uptake or in it or whatever, if it's like Critical Role related or just kind of like the timing is right. I'm trying to figure out what happened that made the D&D sphere sort of reactivate, and I can't really put my finger on it, but I think there's probably something in there that we can trace. And I don't know if it's Critical Role related, because I'm actually not entirely sure how much of a grip over D&D Critical Role has anymore. I know a lot of people watch it, but certainly not like they did in 2020 or whatever. It's certainly not nowhere near as big. So I'm gonna do some investigating and figure what that is. Move to BC, we can play D&D, but then I have to move to BC. Bro, it's too expensive over there. If I bought the same condo that I have here in BC, it would cost me around 1.2 million. I looked it up. I've been thinking about wanting to move to the coast for a long time. Like, that's the goal anyway. I mean, Ella's migraines are always better close to sea level, and so I know that she would feel better if we lived near the coast. So the plan still is to try and move out there at some point in time, but man, that shit's expensive, bruh. It's too much. You'll know the second I can move out to British Columbia, because I'll be there. You know, I like the city that I grew up in. I like the area that I live in now. I think they're nice. They're charming. The people are good. It's safe relatively compared to Vancouver. But no, I'd still take the coast living, even though I like the sun, and I know that y'all don't see sun for 6 months. I would still live out there. If it means getting rid of Ella's migraines for her, hell yeah, dude. I'm down. I just gotta release a project and make a cool mill, and then I can buy a place out there, eh? Let Vancouver move local to me, silly? There's no place, like, anywhere interior BC is like big Prince fucking George is like affordable, but that's not, you know, like sea level. Anything lower mainland is stupid expensive. You go even as far east as I don't know, the fucking Meth Alley or whatever, and you're still paying a lot for housing. Even like Kamloops is like, you know, interior. That is still terribly expensive. So Vancouver's your dream city. I'm down in Portland, but I think just a pipe dream with those prices. Vancouver's your dream city, really. Vancouver's nice. I like it. I think Vancouver is simultaneously really nice, and I also think it is the second most overrated city in Canada. But I think it's very, very nice. And that's the thing. It's so nice, but the reputation and the expectation of it is just so ridiculous. Vancouver is a great city if you make a lot of money. You know, but if you don't make a ton of money, enough to afford your own place, like single family home type thing, Vancouver's tough living, man. It's tough there. You know? Even then, the problem is with the most overrated city is Toronto by a mile. Yeah, Toronto is the most overrated city. Like, people talk about moving to Toronto. Well, you know what? Honestly, to be real, actually, I take that back. In the last couple of years, Toronto has really fallen down in the desirability chart. People don't want to move to Toronto anymore because Toronto is becoming such a shithole that people are now like shithole threshold is exceeding the reputation. So actually, you know, now I think Vancouver is the most overrated city, because I think Toronto is beginning to become more and more like properly rated for just being a metropolized dump. Like Vancouver is still overrated. Toronto's still overrated, but I think Vancouver is way more overrated now anyway. The issue is that like I don't care, like, it's not like Vancouver is the special like dream or whatever. It's just, I think, the nicest coastal city. Like, the issue with Canada is we've got so many coasts in Canada, but so much of our coast is fucking unlivable that, like, anywhere on the north side of Canada, it's just unlivable. Anywhere north of Vancouver, it doesn't exist, right? Because the entire coast becomes Alaska at a certain point. And then if you go East Canada and you get the Maritimes, it's tough out there, man. The weather's shit. the living's not that great. Like Maritimes are, and I like Halifax as a city, but besides Halifax, there's not a lot of nice stuff out there out east. So if I'm looking at the coast, it is really just Vancouver, Victoria, and that's about it, unless I want to move somewhere else, but which I would happily move to the US or somewhere like that and live in a coastal city somewhere along those lines. But the problem is, since I don't have like a real job and I don't work for a company, it's not like I can get a good it's not like I could get like a good visa work thing to move somewhere in the US. You know, like a lot of my friends live in the sort of the area between Anaheim and San Diego. It's great down there. It's expensive, but it's good. Right near the coast. Problem is, how would I get down there unless I got a job for like Blizzard or something, or one of the studios down there, hey? Not even for anything fancy, just a building that's my own with no shared walls, right? I suppose I'm going for a trailer park home under 300k. That's unfortunately true, yeah. If you want to own all your walls, that in BC, that's about it. That's about it, dog, you know? What are your thoughts on Calgary? I went there a few years back and thought it was such a charming city, but too small for me. Calgary too small for you? Calgary's got like a population of 1.3 mil or so. I live close to Calgary. I think Calgary is probably... I don't hold Calgary in a massively high opinion on a world stage. But as far as Canada goes, there's in the interior of Canada between Toronto and BC, Calgary's the best city by far. By far. It's got the lowest crime rate. It's got the most like economical affordability, whatever. It's rated one of the most livable cities in the world by whatever the livability index, which is a combination of quality of life, cost, all that kind of stuff. It's like in the top 5 or 10 most livable cities in the world for a reason. You know, Edmonton's a dump, and I love my Edmontonians. They're really nice up there, but it's a blue-collar city designed for blue-collar living, and that means that there's industry everywhere. So it's nice and charming and has like a lot of sort of cute stuff that is nice, but Edmonton also just has industry everywhere. There's a fucking like an oil refinery in the city. So that's Edmonton, unfortunately. You know, people that live there that say it's nicer than Calgary are on sucking copium, and that's totally fine. I'm glad they love their city. But you go further east, Saskatchewan, Saskatoon and Regina are dumps and shitholes. Winnipeg is a shithole. Winnipeg's getting better though, I hear. And then you get into Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal. Those are the other major cities. Ottawa's a government town, and because it's a government town, there's fucking nothing to do there. Montreal's really nice. Montreal's nice. I will say that Montreal's nice. It is in Quebec, and that comes with benefits and drawbacks, especially as an English speaker. Obviously, Quebec City's off the table. Even Montreal, I think people are a little bit optimistic when they say that English speakers, like mono language English speakers, have a good time in Montreal. I think you're crazy, but that's, you know, fair enough. So Montreal's kind of nice. Ottawa's whatever. Toronto is just too expensive, and it's just a dump now. It's just a trash heap. So honestly, the two nicest cities in Canada, I think, are Calgary and Vancouver. The thing that people don't like about Calgary is that there isn't a lot of culture here necessarily. It's a really nice city, and there's a lot of like prairie whatever kind of culture here. But the biggest problem with Calgary is it doesn't have that international connection the way Vancouver does. Vancouver has a massive sort of like Asian kind of like gateway to China, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and a lot of like people from those parts of the world bring their culture to the city. There's a massive, like the entirety of Richmond is beautiful and amazing. And so Vancouver has all that. Calgary doesn't. Calgary's just like a Canadian city, but I think it's probably one of the nicest places in Canada. So like, if I don't live in Calgary, I live close to Calgary, but I grew up there. If Vancouver isn't an option, we were like gonna stay in Canada, then I'd just stay in Calgary area or whatever. So no, man, it's good. But a lot of people yearn for that kind of city life that you get from Vancouver or whatever, and I totally get it. I mean, my favorite city in the world is Yokohama and the sort of the greater Tokyo area. But obviously that's not really much of an option right now because it's not like I could just pack up and go there. There's a lot of great American cities that I'd live in happily, but yeah, I don't know, dog. Like, I think as far as the coast, it's really Vancouver. That's it. Vancouver, Victoria. That's where I got to live if we want to get Ella to sea level. So around there. Its proximity to the national parks is fantastic. Well, that's the one thing. The thing about Calgary that I think is really underrated. If you ever like the wilderness and outdoors, and I'm not a big outdoors guy, but if you do like the wilderness and outdoors, there's probably no better city like out there than Calgary. It's 45 minutes away from the mountains and 3 hours away from being in the middle of fucking nowhere. Right? Like in the middle of the mountains in the wilderness where there's grizzly bears and wolves and moose and all kinds of cool shit. Bald eagles flying over. So, and especially if you like winter sport, like if you're into snowboarding, skiing, anything like that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, man. It's there's not much better than it. Again, not my cup of tea really. I like hiking and I'm trying to enjoy the fact that I live like really close to the mountains. More and more, but you know, it's not a factor for me. If I lived in you know, Yokohama by the pier or whatever, and I was hours of train rides away from even something that looked like a mountain, that wouldn't bother me. I probably only go camping once a year. We go on hikes probably 5 or 6 times a summer. You know, I don't do shit in the winter. After you know, the first snow, you couldn't convince me to drive out to the mountains. Maybe once to go to a event or something here or there. Now, to be fair, I do actually have an event that we're going to in the Chateau Lake Louise in a couple of weeks here on November 1st. That is a fantasy ball that Ella is selling dice at, doing her vendor thing that she got invited to, which is cool. But even then, that's still kind of monka. I'm not looking forward to the drive out there. So then the Icefields Parkway drive, that's stunning. Oh yeah, up by Columbia and stuff. Yeah, Glacier Park is cool. It's nice, you know, it's nice. And I guess like, yeah, if you're an outdoorsy type person, you like all that kind of shit, then it's perfect. That's one of the problems with like a city like Edmonton is it's so much further away from the mountains. Like when we're driving to Edmonton for like conventions and stuff, it's so weird to not see mountains. To live in Alberta and not see mountains, it's freaky. It's like unsettling. It's like looking into the abyss and the abyss gazing back. It's so nasty, dude. It's so nasty. So yeah, if you're an outdoorsy type person, there's no better city in Canada than Calgary, unless you want to be right in the middle of it. And then you probably want to live somewhere interior BC, you know, Kamloops, Salmon Arm, Kelowna, if you could afford it, one of those type of places, you know. Your mom happens to get a job that gives me vacation days and take vacations at the end of September and visit Banff. Families and college students are back in school, but the heavy snow hasn't hit. Banff in the fall is nice. Yeah, you have to go a little bit earlier. Like Calgary fall hit like maybe late September. Banff fall hits like early September. Banff's nice. It's nice. I go there somewhat often, you know. I live very close to it. A lot of people are really mad at Banff because it's getting like overrun with tourists, but I've never really been bothered by it, you know. I've never been bothered by the tourists in Banff. I always think that it's still small and charming enough that it's never really been an issue. You know, but it's always fun to see people like appearing out of the wilderness in Banff, appreciating what I see every day and reminding me why it's special. You know, when there's like a couple from the UK or whatever that have come for their like one trip they can afford every decade and they choose to come to my backyard, it always reminds me of like, oh man, maybe I should try my hardest to appreciate where I live. You know, because I couldn't imagine choosing willingly to spend any of a vacation budget on where I live, you know. But that's just because I'm not a mountains guy. Right? I want to go places with palm trees, dog. That's what I want to go do. Places with warm oceans and sunsets. where I don't have to wear 3 jackets in the winter. The cold is a novelty. It's fine until you're a little bit deeper into it. One thing I will say about living in a Canadian city that gets as cold as Calgary does is you have to figure out something to do with your like, remember what I said in Vancouver? Vancouver's not a great city to live in unless you have like money. Calgary sucks if you have to park outdoors. If you have to park outside, it sucks. If you have to park outside and you have to leave somewhere for a job every day, it's awful. I don't have to leave for shit. Like, I go to the gym every morning and then I come home and like, if it's like a minus 30 day, fresh snow, like absolute ass outside, I'll just take that day off, man. You know, I ain't going outside, bro. I ain't going outside until the roads is plowed. But, you know, I do remember being utterly miserable when I was in art school and I had to drive across the entire city because I grew up in the south side of Calgary and the art school that I went to was in the north. Bro, it was like some days on fresh snow days, it was like an hour and a half to 3 hours in traffic on the very rare occasion. So that's the one big caveat is like, bro, if you're gonna like my software engineer friends that all like have their big fancy tech jobs and work from home. Oh, fuck, man. I don't know why you wouldn't live in Calgary. But, yeah, if you're just gonna go to an office every day downtown or whatever, that's tough in the winter. That's real tough, man. But you can't argue with the house prices. They're like 1/2 to 1/3, sometimes a quarter of what they are in Vancouver for the same type of place. Which is real disappointing, isn't it? I don't have much in Calgary keeping us back. Like Ellen and most of our family's here, but not having headaches would be preferable, I think, to anything we would find here, you know? That would be real nice. What's our fill here? 29%? Let's do like a 39 or 40% here for our cloak. Because our man Azune knows how to rep his color palette of browns. I wonder how much the character design was the player and how much was the artist. Because I actually have no idea who this fucking artist is. They did a great job with the characters, but I always do wonder to what level is the person versus the, like, I wonder if Critical Role are good clients, you know? Like, I heard there was somebody who's talking on TikTok that's like a big author or whatever, and he was talking about art directing things, and I thought to myself, oh hell no, I wouldn't want to work with this guy. And there's lots of people who are like really great creatives that I just know that I wouldn't be able to work with. I do wonder about the Critical Role cast, if they'd be easy and fun to work with, or if it would be a fucking nightmare of picky micromanaging kind of stuff. You know? But then again, I'm not really an illustrator, I'm a concept artist. And I think a lot of people will hire me for illustration when it's like, you know, I do concept work, right? So inherently people want to value like their own sort of ideas or their own image of themselves as a conceptual designer, which is fair enough. It's fun to do. And so they really just want to hire creative hands. They don't want to hire concept artists, or they want to hire an illustrator. It's kind of like a super giga version of creative hands. I always wonder when I'm doing stuff like this for them, you know? Mapmaker loves them. They sound like they're a lot of fun. Devin Rue, yeah, Devin's great. I got to know Devin a little bit in the last couple of months. Devin's super nice. Super, super nice. Very, very encouraging. Very sweet. 10 out of 10 human. Okay. Though it changes a bit with character design. Like what the fuck just happened? What in the shit was that? All right. Rip whatever that was. But yeah, people are a bit different when it comes to characters. Characters are very personal to people, and they have a very like specific idea of what they want, you know, sometimes. And that doesn't work all that well sometimes with the kind of the way that I do stuff. Particular is fine, picky is not for the kind of ways that I work, and I find that very few people are very particular without finding their way into picky, you know? Well, one of the reasons why I'm so disgustingly selective with clients. Wondering how much time the artist gets done or to do those designs. Looked to me like 2 people worked on them, but I don't know where the division was. Oh, really? Huh. That's kind of cool, actually. Collaborative, whatever. Because, like, Critical Role doesn't really have an art director, do they? I don't think. Like maybe art direction for certain projects, but I don't think they have like a world and character whatever art director. Like a formal project, you know? They have like a product art director, I think, you know? 2 different artists were tagged. Really? Okay, cool. Interesting. That sounds to me awful. But hey, if it works for them, that's rad, dude. Collaborative design only works if you're both working under a specific idea for a specific art director, I think. Collaborative design seems like a great idea until there's not a clear hierarchy. If you are like a junior artist working with your senior to do designs, that's totally fine. But when you're both like sort of at the same kind of like level, design-wise, authority-wise, decision-making wise, I think it breaks down really quickly. That's a very difficult position, and difficult situation to be in. But if they do it well and they manage it, that's awesome, man, you know? Okay, Azune has only 1 pauldron here, right? Because this is a highlight, I'm guessing, from his cloak. So I was mistaken in doing 2. So I gotta fix that then, is what that means. For our good boy here. For Azune. So we gotta fix that up, I guess. I'll take some liberties here because I don't know what this pauldron looks like on one side. So we're gonna put some rivets in it. Actually, maybe not. Maybe I'll just extend it out a little bit further. And just have the actual curious or whatever this thing is come up further. Probably better. We have this cool design here. A cool, like... Oh, goes this way. Goes like this, doesn't it? What's up, Avail? What's going on, bro? Maybe one is a line art and the other is color. Yeah, that could be it, honestly. Maybe. You know? I think Liam oversees visual art stuff, but I imagine their comic stuff is overseen by different people. I can see the concept stuff going directly through the main cast. That's the problem. If the concept goes... So, I wouldn't create a project like this. It works for them, obviously, but having multiple art directors is a really, really bad idea. Right? I personally think so. Now, again, this isn't really like, well, Critical Role bridges the gap between like individual D&D game and a formal project, and it's great because they're scrappy and they do their own thing and they're not adhering to rules and whatever. But I think for a substantial project that you're trying to build a new world, tell a great story like that, I think it's a real bad idea to have multiple art directors because it's not about necessarily... So you could have the way that it was described to me. Not that I like ever needed to be told why I should listen to my art directors, but an art director once told me that the reason why they have to seem authoritative in their decision making is because one person's vision done well, you're gonna have like out of 100 ideas, occasionally someone else will have a better idea than you, than your vision. Obviously that's gonna happen. You're not like the best artist ever. Something like 50% of the time, 50% of your ideas, someone will have maybe a better way, a better air quote way of doing it. But however, a creative vision executed with one overarching sort of like vision in mind is a stronger overall collaboration of artists than everyone doing their best work. You know what I mean? It's like hard to explain, but it's basically the idea of like follow one. The leader of the art team is supposed to set the direction, and everyone going in that direction is better off than them doing their own thing. You know, so that's the kind of problem. If you have the cast of Critical Role saying, "Oh, I want to be a dwarf with like, you know, 3 monkeys on my back and 2 squirrels as nunchucks," and then you have another person that wants to be like Aragorn or whatever, and then you have another person that wants to be like a League of Legends character, it doesn't really work, you know. And that's kind of what happens, I think, sometimes, the disjointed kind of weirdness. I'm guessing Critical Role doesn't have like a concept development, like art director overseeing stuff, and whoever that art director is, Aaron Monroy, I'm guessing he or she does not necessarily like oversee and like or override the cast decisions. You know, it's not like for Azune, if the guy for Azune said he really likes this kind of armor and he asked for this kind of like studded leather, whatever, kind of like, I don't know, whatever that is, like padded kind of like, you know, armor cloak thing wrapped around him. It's not like I'm guessing the art director would say like, "Ooh, God, we really want the mage fucking arcane wardens to be more regal and whatever, so we're not going to do anything that's like leather studded, kind of like more archaic armor. We're going to keep them with this kind of materials, this kind of shape design, this kind of language, this kind of whatever, blah, blah, blah." Like, you're not going to have that. You're not going to have an art director overriding the vision of the players, which is why it's difficult, I think, you know? Like, would you do the drawing and then someone else would color? Yeah, just like comics or whatever, you know? Fair enough. Good to see you, B-Town. So, I'm not sure what the best way to do it is. I know that I wouldn't necessarily run a project the way that they sort of have their visual development, but they're doing something like brand new, so them doing it a different way is maybe what's needed, what's necessary in the industry to shake it up. Certainly for Eldara, like if I was to ever do a D&D campaign like Eldara, I would definitely ensure that the player characters were in line with the world. Because if we're trying to sort of tell a story, I don't ever want one person's vision should never override the project and like change and set precedent for the rest of time. And the problem is like I let Fishy create a character that was a meme for a non-canon campaign, and I'm still dealing with and we only played for like 6 weeks or whatever, and I'm still dealing with people every once in a while talking about that as if it was official. And I realized that it was a massive mistake to do that, and I regret doing it entirely. It makes people like question why they can't do the official thing, or why Astronauts don't all look like this or whatever, or something like that, you know. So in any kind of official capacity, like a big game like Critical Role, I would definitely be very particular about what kind of designs the players chose, which some people find very antithetical to the expressiveness of D&D, and that's fair enough, you know, totally fair enough. Like project management, pretty good at it too. Multiple directors in every facet can be a pain in the arse. Yeah, I mean, definitely art direction and creative vision is one thing where you want one vision. You could have multiple people sort of like suggesting and contributing to that one vision, but at the end of the day, there needs to be one person that sets the vision, one direction, you know, one idea that you're going to follow. Otherwise, you get designed by committee, and it's not a good time. Because that's one thing that that happened with campaign 1. Campaign 1 Critical Role, people were kind of going with like the general sort of fantasy art direction of the high fantasy genre. And that's why the campaign 1 cast feels really connected, and the campaign 2 and 3 cast, except for I think maybe the one big exception is Percy as a character from campaign 1. Definitely didn't really fit into that. Besides him, the rest of the group sort of all fit together really well. Not that he, like, you know, ruined the vibe or anything. It was just from an art direction standpoint, I guess. And again, a lot of this doesn't really apply to Critical Role because they're kind of doing their own thing, but I have to think about it in more of an official capacity. So whenever I look at what they're doing, it's kind of like interesting to put that against kind of the ways that is kind of the accepted norm for how to build a project, how to build a world, how to direct a team or whatever, visually or not, you know. Petite Alex, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. So, the Decider. Yes, the Decider. The Decider, indeed. It's looking lovely. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you. Trying to finish our boy off here today. The next one up on the list, unfortunately, I think is Teor. I'm gonna have to finally reconcile with the fact that I don't really draw anthro characters, so I'm gonna slow roll Azune as long as I can and just bask and baste in this character portrait before I have to eventually draw our Catman and ruin my reputation. Yep. Be handing out a lot of fucking 24-hour timeouts next week. Oh my god, just wait. Oh boy. Oof. I'm glad you like the Azune piece. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Spending a lot more time on these portraits, and I'm really enjoying it. I think I'm going to start doing this for my coffee sketches as well, but I don't know. Kind of hit a good like time versus cost kind of balance with those ones. My opinion, if someone is interested in Critical Role and never has watched any of it, I have them watch the show on Amazon, read the comics, then watch campaign 4. I've never watched the show. Doesn't really seem like my vibe, but maybe I should. Maybe it was fun, you know, to get out of the norm, I guess, a little bit. I don't know. Not really a American cartoon enjoyer, but for Critical Role, I might make an exception. I may just make an exception for them because, look, I am not a fan of every project Critical Role comes out with. Not all of it is for me. But the stuff that they make and the way they think about creativity and art is so important, I think, that I will support everything they do, even if it's not for me. Like Daggerheart, absolutely not a system for me. I have no intention of playing it at any point in time, but I absolutely 100% get behind and support it because I think that the way that they're going about like designing a system is necessary in our industry, right? Daggerheart will walk, so the next systems that I want to play will fly, something like that, you know. So, maybe I should give the show a chance, right? It's all about campaign 1. Yeah. It's also different from campaign 1. Doesn't follow the one-to-one as they want to have a separate canon to it. Oh, really? I thought they were just kind of like doing it again, you know? It's the peeps, right? Their voices for those characters, Scanlan, so good. Yeah, I think it's cool they all did that. Recommend people jump into campaign 4. It's a brand new start. They can play catch up for campaign 1 to 3, however fast or slow they want. Sure, yeah. Man, I don't know where I'd start somebody. Like I don't really. It's weird. Even though I'm like, I talk about D&D all day. I very, very rarely ever have somebody who like doesn't know about Critical Role pop in and say like, "Hey, man, where do I start if I want to learn more about Critical Role?" Like people just like kind of do it or not. Like I don't really ever like give recommendations on that, you know. So I never had to think about it. Never had somebody like ask me, where do I start, man? it looks cool and you get into it, then you typically like jump in to the newest thing. If not, then well, wasn't for you, I guess. But I am happy that campaign 4 is out. Like honestly, I've missed. Holy shit, Penguin, bro, dude, thank you for the fucking 53 months. Jesus, man, thank you for the tier 2 for 53 months, Penguin. Your sub has made my day. I'm honored, bro. Thanks for sticking with me for that long, man. Thanks, Penguin. I appreciate you, bro. One of the elder legends of EBA. Can you imagine it? The literal trained penguin. Good God. How fortuitous we are. Good to see you, bro. Seriously. It means a lot to me. Thank you for the sub. But yeah, I'm enjoying having something to look forward to every week. That's big for me. You know? Quite a few people ask about it on their socials. I have a friend who wants to get into it, so I had to explain how Campaign 4 is totally separate. Oh, okay. Yeah, never interacted with somebody like that. Never had that conversation. Unless maybe I did on stream, I just don't remember it, so. I mean, when I watched from about episode 40 to 50 onward, anything before that, I watched through funny moments or condensed versions made by fans to cover the story this far. Oh, I watched the whole thing from episode 1 on. And I will say the earliest days were tough to get through. Obviously, the audio quality was not good and whatever, and you know, there were problems. But I didn't mind it as much. Like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember it. Like I don't know if I'd recommend somebody go back and watch that like from the very beginning, but probably would, just because of like, you know, continuity. I don't know. Enjoy the animated series because it not only condenses but also helps fix some of the redundancies, mainly to avoid the Draconia guy. Oh, does the animated seriously just completely eradicate Orion as a player? Does it just like reform the whole thing so that he wasn't at all in the story? Really? Damn, they must really not like the guy. Ruins the Dragonborn completely. Damn. They must hate the guy. Holy. I don't believe it, bro. They just said get the fuck out. I don't really know the whole I know there was drama behind the scenes, so I don't know the whole story of it. Like, he seemed like an annoying player, but obviously I will personally say that he did not bother me as much as some of the other player characters in campaign 1 at times. So not my favorite, but definitely I didn't think being worthy of exiling just because of him as a player. Like, we've all played with the nervous, anxious power gamer that wants to be cool because for whatever, blah blah blah. But I'm guessing there's some other stuff that they just don't want to talk about because, you know, professionalism and stuff. You don't talk about the drama. You don't need to make it more of a thing than it is. Seems like there's a lot of that drama that kind of like comes and goes that they don't really address because it's just not, you know, it's just not productive to address all the drama forever and ever. And like, fair enough. Not all drama is worthy of attention. You know what I mean? So, but for them, I hope everybody's happy. Hope the other guy, Orion, whatever, is doing good. Don't know the whole thing, unless he was a sleazebag, in which case, fuck him, I guess. I don't know. I'm not invested in any way in him being a shithole or not, you know. So, ooh, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm bad at art. Well, I do really like the new cast. I like everybody. There's nobody that even kind of grates on me as a player a little bit. I know that we were talking yesterday about how Abria is getting some. Oh my god, why am I so bad at this game? How Abria is getting some hate. I don't get it. But I also think that when people on stream tell me that a person's getting a lot of hate or whatever, or that a community feels a certain way one way or another, I often wonder the extent of it, because you never know to what level it's like real and what level it's just kind of like confirmation of bias. Getting one guide is what it's called. On Twitch it's called getting one guide, right? Now anyone can get one guide. It's not exclusive to streamers. Streamers just have a word for it. Being one guide is like, you'll see like all these messages in chat. You'll have like, you know, thousands of people in your chat, and you'll have like, you know, everyone's like, oh my god, you're amazing, you're so cool, that game's rad, you're the best gamer ever, this art's so rad. And then you have one guy be like, yeah, lame. And then you're like, what? I'm getting hate, bro. So getting one guide is a terrible, terrible thing, you know? And I wonder, and anyone can get one guide, you know? You can get one guide because you see a thing on Reddit where somebody's criticizing this person or whatever, or saying something you don't like, and then you're like, oh my god, I see so much hate online for Abria, but it's actually, you saw like, you got literally one guide. You know what I mean? So I never know. Like, I try and give people the benefit of the doubt, but obviously I can't like just full trust everyone's opinion when they say, oh bro, you have no idea how much hate this person gets or whatever. It's like, you're right, I don't. So I don't know, man. Maybe she's getting a ton of hate, and maybe it's just nothing. But I feel like I really like the entire cast, you know? I really like everybody. Haters gonna hate, more or less. I'd say prefer Abria as a DM than a player, but I don't hate her. I just don't vibe with her how she is as a player. She's perfect fit with the Critical Role people, so as long as they're fine with it, I'm happy to watch. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't have my favorite play style, but like there, as far as like my like players that I think like, ooh, I like this person's play style, I'd get along with them in my campaign. There's not many from the Critical Role cast that I would really like think, ooh, that's like my kind of player. Like, ooh, get them in my game, bro. You know what I mean? But also, I play like a very unpopular style of D&D in the modern age. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm fully aware of that. That I'm the problem, and I'm okay with that. I know the kind of D&D I like to run, and the people that like it really like it, and the people who don't do not want to play in my campaign. That's totally fine. But no, I mean, they're all great players. Like, I'm really enjoying almost everybody's characters. Love what Avery brings to the table. She's so expressive. Yeah, and like for me, sometimes it's a bit much. Like there was a moment in, so I am this far through episode 3. Okay, I am this far through episode 3 right now, because I started watching the VOD yesterday, so I'm right here. Just so we're aware of where I'm caught up to. And there's a moment with her and Hal that was very like, oh, my character takes in the weight and severity of this moment, and they make it like a thing. Like, to me, it's a little like, okay, all right, y'all are being silly. It's like, at my table, if that happened too much, I might be a little like, okay, all right, who? My character. No, who asked, right? Which is fine. But it's, I like it in Critical Role, because it's Critical Role I don't see as like playing D&D in the same way. It's like I look at Critical Role more like a show than I do like a D&D game. So it's hard to gauge it like a D&D game. So people say like, oh, so-and-so's a bad D&D player or whatever. I don't like this person's D&D style. It's like, I don't know if I would want to play D&D with them, but I like the way that they are on the show, you know? So what do you do that's so unpopular? So collective world building, that's not a thing, because the story I'm trying to tell and the world that I'm trying to build, I have to make sure that is under one vision. So when somebody says like, oh, I want to be Evan, I want to be from a lollipop kingdom, and I want everyone to be made of candy, and I want the sky to be made of cotton candy and the water to be made of chocolate, and I want to be a lollipop mage that casts gummy unicorns instead of magic missiles. I would say that doesn't fit into the world. Please make a character that fits into the world, right? And I give you all the cool things that you can do in the world and all the cool things you can, and this is never a problem for me, right? Because my players never have a problem with this. but I give them a clear outline of what kind of story we're going to tell. And if they don't want to play that kind of story, then they don't have to play the game, obviously. But I'm pretty clear about like the kind of game that I'm trying to run, because in my opinion, the more open world and player driven the story is, the plot, the less impactful and meaningful it is. So if you want to tell a story of the Lord of the Rings, which is like maybe the most meaningful fantasy epic tale, guys, you're on a quest to destroy the ring and save the world. You're gonna have to create characters that complement that. So one of the unpopular things that I do in my games is I like to have my players make characters that complement the story, because each individual character, if they make a character that complements the overall narrative, the overall plot, the world, the story, the theme, the vibe, the game, what I think that provides is a better experience for each player, because each player around you is creating a character that complements your character. Because you're all trying to create characters in line with this one thing. It's kind of like creating pirate, like everyone's played pirate D&D, and no one disagrees that pirate D&D is amazing. One of the reasons pirate D&D is amazing is because you're all salty, swashbuckling, morally gray, you know, sea dwellers. You're all fucking yo-hoed up, tattooed, you know, going for it, cutlassing, parrot tossing, you know, shark punching, like rowdy, whatever. And that's great because we all accept that that's part of the story when you're playing pirate D&D. If you want to play Legolas in pirate D&D, your character won't really fit as well, and people get the idea of vibes. So I ask my players to create characters that are in line with the world. And for a lot of people that play D&D, that's not the fun of the game. For a lot of people that play the game, it's about trying to play a game that we all get to take our turn with the story stick, and we all get to add something to the world. Like Daggerheart, fucking Penguin. And so in Daggerheart, the idea of collective world building, and you get your turn with the story stick, and where you get to define the plot and the world and whatever, that just doesn't work because I think that it's too random. It's more like an improv game than it is, in my opinion, an epic fantasy tale. And so if you want epic fucking fantasy, if you want the Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones ass looking shit, if you want some like archetypical Star Wars level like epic story, then I got you. But a lot of people who want D&D aren't asking for that. To them, that's not D&D. To them, having the carnival fucking, you know, character and the high elf and the bearded dwarven tits out, you know, mage and the whatever, you know, critical role, that's the sauce for them for D&D. And anyone who loves that part, that way of playing D&D, that doesn't want to that if I said, please make a character in line with the story, if you don't feel like that sounds exciting to complement the world, if that sounds restrictive, you're going to hate playing D&D with me. Because you're going to think that I'm a railroading, asshole-ish DM that just wants to tell his story and whatnot. But part of it is, too, that like if I'm trying to build this thing out as a world that people can play in, if I play games in Eldara, I want them to be canonically friendly now. And I used to play games in Eldara that people could play whatever they want. There's some fucking gnomes and this and that, whatever, and it's great. And I will still do that with my friends. But I'm at a stage in D&D for Eldara's development that I want the world to start feeling more like the world. Because when I invite people into the world, I want there to be something that feels consistent and holistic and like well-intentioned, or sorry, well-designed, and the intentions are obvious to the world. And so it's hard to do that when everyone can add their own flair to the world, right? And the thing is, though, that I think that when you add in the guardrails of where the story is going, I think you get a better story. I think you get a better story. And this is where a lot of people disagree with me. But I think that if you have a story that's completely no guardrails, completely open world, go wherever you want, do whatever you want, be whatever kind of character. It's fantasy, man. You can be anything you want. That, to me, I feel like you never, ever get as impactful as a story. It's fun. It's like more of a game. It's like more of it's a story game, but it's less of an impactful story you'll remember for the rest of your life. And that's what I'm trying to do for D&D, is I want those experiences with my players where they're like, bro, this was a life-changing experience. I fucking love that. And so that's one of the things that I'm more unpopular with D&D, right? The more modern, and that's a much older way of playing D&D. This whole thing that I'm saying wouldn't seem unpopular 15 years ago. But in the modern Critical Role era, now the kind of D&D that I play is definitely the minority. And I'm fine with that, because people who want the kind of D&D that I run really crave and hunger for it, because there isn't that anymore. Because everyone wants the Critical Role sort of dramatic, theatrical style of D&D, which is awesome, and I love watching it. I just don't run it. And so that's why I don't think people would, you know, that's why people kind of like have this, like they brush up against the guardrails, and they find it like they don't find it as rails to coast to or to sail towards the goal of the game. They find it as like guardrails. I don't want this. I want to be a flamingo hurling, you know, joke of a character. It's like, that's just not gonna fly in my games, you know. Yeah, the theme does keep the goal in mind. Comparing to a nice radio show, or radio shows nice like that. Yeah. Love collective world building, but I would also love if my DM had such a clear and complex vision of their world that I don't need to really add to it. I can just jump into it. So that's also, like, keep in mind also that when I'm creating a D&D game, I'm also trying to create something that is a very, like, D&D for me is a tool for building the world. The world isn't built for modern D&D. And if people understand that, then they're like definitely going to love my table. But if they don't necessarily get on board with that or they understand and just don't like it, it's not like if anyone who doesn't like my game doesn't understand it. That's a little indulgent, isn't it? But that's where, you know, the unpopular takes happen, I think. As a player, I'm always asking a lot of questions to my DM, and from there I make multiple options for them to choose what they think would feel best in the narrative, and they're making it. I just YOLO it from them once in game. Sure, and also the other thing, the other part of this that's very unpopular for me, that is, like, if you guys are thinking like, okay, Evan, that's like, I can kind of see where you're coming from, that's not terribly unpopular. You want to know my true dark mask off take that makes me very unpopular in my D&D opinions? I personally think the best D&D characters don't have much of any backstory at the beginning of the game. Ella Blackwood is the best player I've ever met because she builds her character through the campaign. She doesn't build it and then run it into a campaign. And the way she worded it is the best way I've ever heard anyone word it before. She said, the D&D game is the story of how my character becomes cool, not a story about a cool character doing cool things. And I totally agree. I think that's the best way of doing it. So, you know, the example would be Star Wars wouldn't work if Luke Skywalker was like, you know, a noble son from the third, you know, planet like, imagine Matt's character Julian in Star Wars. It wouldn't work because there's so much on top of the player or the character already that you can't impress the story upon them. But not much going on, humble beginnings, whatever. The reason why Star Wars is not the reason, but one of the reasons why the Star Wars story works so well and is one of the most important sort of modern myths of our era is because it's about Luke Skywalker, a nobody kid from a farm in the middle of nowhere on the backwater, sort of like the asshole of the galaxy. One of the reasons why The Lord of the Rings works is because Bilbo is just a particularly adventure-seeking nobody from a fucking hole in the ground in the most irrelevant part of the world, right? One of the reasons why Harry Potter works so well is, and this is a bit of a deviation, but still, is because Harry's just a kid that lives under a cupboard. Now, you can say like all this stuff like, oh, well, Luke is strong in the Force and he's a chosen one, and Harry has this powerful magic lineage and he's a chosen one, and Bilbo has the blessing of the fucking archangel of adventure in Gandalf the Grey, so he's a chosen one, and that's fair enough in a critique of this idea. But even if all of that is yes and it still stems from the fact that the character, when they are presented at the beginning of the story, doesn't have a lot going on. And this is the story of why they're interesting. You know, that's why a lot of these characters in these more impactful stories are all younger. Because if Luke was 38, it wouldn't be the same thing as if he was, I don't know how old he is in Star Wars, like 17 or some shit or whatever. So, you know. I love the collaborative storytelling for Daggerheart thing. I'd say it's one of those situations where the rule is optional. If I were to run Daggerheart, I'd probably also allow minor collaboration, either through a town NPC or help connect the background. But those options being more interesting won't offend me. Yeah, and so, but that's fine. But like Daggerheart as a game of storytelling it's great. I think there's nothing wrong with that. But it's more of an improv style game, which you can use or don't have to use. But it's still a core part of sort of like the experience, I think, for a lot of people who are playing Daggerheart, which is why I say Daggerheart isn't for me in a lot of ways. Even the rules and mechanics of, you know, the success and failures of things don't really necessarily work as well as I want them to either. So making a character in 5 minutes, let's go, dude. Let's go, dude. Backstory built with the start, but the campaign is what navigated to build the character up. I love that method. Yeah, but the thing is that I think it requires some restraint, because everyone wants to get into their character, and like it's fun to write 20 pages of backstory and you know, and you know how people like this is kind of, it's kind of funny, but you know how people say that a DM that really has a story in mind, that like, you know, they want to sort of put the players on rails and railroad them, air quotes. Oh man, you should have just written a story, bro. You didn't want to play D&D. You wanted to just write a story and just recite your story. But we never really say the same thing with people that bring a lot of like heavy character backstory back to the game. You know, it's kind of weird. That it's like, oh, if you have a lot of story in mind as a DM that you want your players to play through, you're the bad guy. But if you're a player character with a lot of backstory in mind, you want to give your DM 60 pages of backstory. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. That's the point of the game, which is kind of funny. That's like that new versus old style of, you know, D&D. You should give bullet points for lists. Here's what the character likes, dislikes, would refuse to do. A lot of people, though, that say that, I'm not saying that you're doing this, Alex, but a lot of people that when I say that say like, oh, I don't give much backstory at all. I'll ask them what kind of bullet points they give, and they're like, the thing is that in those bullet points, like your bullet points are very good, but a lot of bullet points that people give for their backstory are very specific. Like, oh, I don't give much backstory. I just say that my character is a noble, half vampire, and you know, from the and illegitimate heir to the throne. Oh, I don't give much backstory at all, just a couple of bullet points. And you're like, those are pretty big, man, you know? Like, you could write 18 pages of backstory for Luke Skywalker, or 3 bullet points for a character that has a lot more backstory. It's how established that backstory is, I think, you know? That's, I think, one of the biggest problems. You have to have a lot of like restraint to not write a story that's like so dramatic and interesting about your character, because you're setting them up, excuse me, to go on their adventure. You're not deciding that this is the interesting point that your character is like entering the story, and here's why they're the most interesting man alive, and you know, whatever. So even then, sometimes just the bullet points. Obviously, those bullet points are very good, but even then, sometimes when people say like, "Oh, I don't do a lot of story, I just do bullet points," I'll ask what kind of bullet points they have, and it's like, ooh, oh, my guy, you don't agree with me. In fact, you are the problem in my game, and I'm the problem in your game, and that's fair. So this is not. There's like I criticize a lot of the new way of running D&D, not out of love. It's not really a critique. It's more just like this is why I do a different way. But I really do love the kind of the critical role style of playing D&D. I really love it. It's just not the kind of D&D I run at my table, and it's hard sometimes to get people to understand that there is more to D&D out there than critical role. It's like everybody identifies, oh, the Matt Mercer effect is so bad. But you're like, but what about the critical role effect? Like, the what? Shit. We haven't talked about the critical role effect. We talked about the Matt Mercer effect, the Travis Willingham effect. We never talked about the critical role effect? Let that one get missed under the rug there. My last character jumped in after the first session, so I didn't have time for one. So she was just from a happy family. Had to completed essentially like a graduate program, was going out, nothing sad, no trauma, saw the trauma happen in game, which is great. But also like the way that Ella will also do it to create an interesting character is she will add in backstory for her character in ways that complement the game. So let's say you guys start your characters and you're all, you know, a farm boy, recruit trainer, or in training with the town guard, and a apprentice to some kooky old witch in the woods learning magic. Right? And those are your characters, and you're going off on your adventure. When you get to, like, you know, the big city, you can think to yourself like, oh, it'd be cool if I had some connection here. Like I tend to know people in the villages, so it'd be cool if I like knew somebody in the city. Okay, hey DM, what if I had like an uncle here that like is a really important individual in the merchant things that I can like maybe talk to, that like can help us find this thing? It's like, oh, that's cool. you know? So like Ella will create the backstory as she goes too. So like Ella didn't know she had an uncle, but when it seems so perfectly fit in the story, it's because like for her stories and characters, it's because she's writing the story as she's going. So the backstory is something that you can sort of have in like keep it in very low resolution, I think. And so as you're playing the campaign, you can kind of mold it and focus in and like sharpen it as you're going. And so you know you're from this area and you know lots of people, but do you have to know that this person from this city, from this guild? Well, that you don't have to write that into your backstory, but it's easy to then like get an opportunity to be like, oh, cool. Hey, DM, can next session, I think it'd be really cool if I like kind of knew this person, maybe owed them money, and so when we go there I have to like whatever. It's like cool. That stuff is I think when a lot of the you get all the benefit of the backstory without any of the limitations of the backstory. So you can kind of have your cake and eat it too. The only thing is you have to have just a little bit of restraint to not just write it all out. It's the same thing with world maps. I absolutely believe the way I'm doing the world map is the best way of doing it. For me and my map, everything in the world map, for those of you guys who maybe are a little bit newer and don't know what the fuck is going on with the world that I'm building, where is the world map? Right here. As I build an area, I make a proper map for it. But I never made a world map. I think people that start with world building, that start with a world map, are absolutely making a gigantic mistake. 100%. Because I think the idea is to have a general idea, or the best thing to do is have a general idea of where things are. Okay, you've got these continents set up, and maybe people are like from here. Maybe there's a human kingdom here. Maybe there's kind of the gnomes are around here, like whatever, like maybe. But then you make one area and you make your first map. And then you're like, well, south of here, I really want there to be like an ancient coast of fucking mystics and whatnot going from different runes to runes, whatever. And then you're down here and they're like, oh, the desert to the east, like, or to the west, it's very harsh and whatever. And there's trade routes between the desert and the Shattered Sea. The idea of the Shattered Sea, it's not like when I was building Stonemark, I had any idea the Shattered Sea was right here. But imagine I made a world map and I said to everyone, and now the world map of Teleria, and I posted it and I said, I'll be developing the world region by region. I couldn't have made such a giant sweeping change as to creating a giant fucking cloud oceans like in the middle of the world. And I think that's like the same thing for your character. If you have a general idea, low resolution of where things kind of are, but you're never really committing to to things that are beyond the immediate necessity that you have to commit to, then it gives you a lot of permission later on to do some crazy stuff with your character that makes it fit so well into the story. Hold on. I have Ella aggro. Speaking of the best player I've ever met, okay, let me just go check on something real quick. I will be right back. Give me a sec. All right, let's draw some hot arcane wardens. Mage hunters? I don't know what the fuck he does. Spooky spellcasters. Seeker Asun. Azune. Shit. Wrong game. Right as a force of nature, I think people can see themselves closer to Matt Mercer than Brennan. He's pretty cool. I actually like him. What's the point in being in D&D campaign if the characters is already too cool? Yeah, I mean, but like I get it. Like for the Critical Role game, watching their very interesting characters with very dramatic backstories and stuff doing dramatic things, it's a drama. It's interesting, but it's like inherently okay. So here, you want to know where a lot of just if we're trying to figure out where the disagreement point between me and modern D&D is. Here's the question that I would pose. Let's just say that the best fantasy story ever written best fantasy stories or sci-fi stories ever written are like the big ones that are the big, generation defining ones. Like, who is the main character of Star Wars? From the intention of the writer, who is the main character of Star Wars? From Lucas's intent, not from like what people see or from whatever. Oh, well, you could say Ahsoka is the main character, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like, overthinking it is not productive here. Who is the main character of Harry Potter? Who is the main character of The Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Rings is a bit hazy here. Who is the main character of Game of Thrones? This is like on this kind of like spectrum here. And I think a lot of people that look at the main character stories, they think about whatever, like, this isn't overly like it's a trick question, but it's not that much of a trick question. So it's like, okay, well, I think Anakin's the main character because he's in all movies, he's whatever. Okay, it's the cast, it's the Skywalker family name, it's whatever. We can be very clever about it. But I think honestly, this is something that Chris Metzen said about World of Warcraft. He said the main character of World of Warcraft, the reason why World of Warcraft is so great is the main character of World of Warcraft is Azeroth. And so I would argue that the reason why Star Wars is so great is because the main character is the galaxy. It's the world. The main character of Harry Potter is the wizarding world, right? And this is what makes like world building, like great world building, I think such an impact, is because it is about the characters existing within the world. It's why some people prefer, like Star Wars Episode 1 to Episode 3. Because although Episode 3 is very dramatic and impactful, Episode 1 is the one with the best world building and setup, and you get to explore things more and whatever. And for D&D, I definitely think that that's also, like, it's my intention when I run a game to make sure that the world is as interesting as possible for the players, so that you are exploring the story of the character of the world from the eyes of your characters, the one that act upon them. Which is maybe a good way of putting it, I think. So if your character already has main character syndrome when they walk into the story, that's going to make it a bit tough, As create characters, I know the campaign will provide a 9% backstory, just give guidelines. Fair enough, yeah. People will way overestimate the work that goes into Critical Role's character backstories. Overestimate, you think so? Backstories can be something like, here we have their childhood was like, here's why they became an adventurer, whatever. Yeah, and I wonder what's in those details sometimes, Zelia. It can be those details can be super innocent, or they can be very like specific, Unless we're starting at a higher level. Yeah, fair enough. Higher levels are different kind of the stories. So, well, anyway, I like all the cast. I'm enjoying the entire thing. I don't know who, like episode or campaign or episode 3. I don't know if it's changing my favorite characters at all, but being halfway through episode 3, I think Tyranny is the Tyranny Wickander thing is becoming more interesting to me rapidly. So I'm looking forward to doing my Wickander piece, I think. Then I gotta probably do a Tyranny and Wickander piece together. Damn it! Shit. Crap. Now there's a lot to do. There's too much to do. Oh man, I guess I gotta postpone the Eldar adventure so that I can do more fan art and talk shit or whatever. No, come on, man. The adventure's still the key of key importance. The fan art is leave me alone. Leave me alone, I'm having fun. I'm Greg, a human fighter. Yeah. Hero people are making up as they go. Maybe they have an arc in mind, but I think 70% is improv on the player side. That's a good point. Like they are, you know, improv enthusiasts and theater actors and stuff. So there's probably some like strong influences in that way for them. But I don't know. It seems to be that they have sort of arcs that are more particular in mind, which is why I think it seems so intentional. Because their arcs are like... There was like stuff from campaign 3 that made me think that. Stuff with like Ashton and some of the other characters, where I'm like, oh, I see what you want, the kind of story you wanted to tell. That's cool. But maybe that was a Mercer game and not a Mulligan game. Who knows what kind of mysteries we'll get in this one. Details are usually like, did this first kill a bunch of big rats in the basement, or a bunch of goblins, or did a short stint as a caravan guard? Okay, or like just general defining things. Alright, cool. Mechanic tyranny stuff is definitely what has interested me the most so far. They're such a different character from each other. I think it makes for a fun dynamic. Yeah, it's cool. Even though they ripped off my idea for Domingrad. Even such, with such betrayal and impunous thievery. I'll still support it. I'll still support it. I'll get behind it, alright? I'm supposed to say what the idea... What did this idea that was ripped off? So, I'll show you. This is such a large, sweeping comic that I'll, like... So this was one... This isn't the comic. Comic book project. Okay, so when I was very young, a teenager of sorts, there was this comic that I made for a class called Domingrad, and I'm gonna be building Domingrad into a actual realm in Eldara. Basically, it's a story about a kid named Athrin, who is a squire to a powerful church called the Wings of Light. And Athrin, who in our first episode here, our first issue, is on the run from the church. He has to escape the... God, our masters would have us all believe the church embraces the light, that we, the bright, can protect Domingrad from evil with our massive power. It is all a lie, our glory, our greatness. The Templars I serve are powerful, mighty people of noble blood. The Templars have always protected us. They have, that's true, but their power is false. We take our powers from the sacred realm of the light. When our realm was created, we chose to worship the portal of light. The portals are long since closed, but their wake remains, and this is how it began. When our creators demanded a world, we knew that our materials came from whoever, blah, 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 elemental forces, who cares, yada. Humans, elves, dragons, all creatures in Domingrad began to live. Over centuries, our ancient ancestors did some shit, who cares? We bathed in the light's warm glow. We realized the potential for healing powers, cleansing might, and took to it like no other mortal race. We formed orders and churches. We worshipped it, hoping to uncover its secrets. We were blessed by the creatures of the light, taking notice to us. From time to time, we would see the Fey angels fly over us, dusting us with their powerful magics. However, we wanted more. We became so talented that we managed to open a portal of our own, or open our own portals to the light, and from it we were graced by the angels' powers. We amazed ourselves and basked in our own glory. Angels are the most beautiful creatures in all the realms. They are made of pure light and take our form to communicate. They are our ideal existence. The first light sword to make contact were our Templars, and since then only Templars may look upon the angels and receive their powers. We took their power and forms willingly. However, we are still humans, flawed, bloodthirsty creatures. We took their blessing and waged war. We slaughtered those who stood against our beliefs. At one point, we only wanted to use the light to heal and cleanse the shadow. With the gross misuse of power, the furious angels appeared once more and denied us their power. Our Templars were offended, so they killed them and took what they thought was theirs. The once pure light of the angels now shines a bloody red when they die. For thousands of years, the Templars have been opening portals, slaughtering the angels of the Fae, and stealing their bloody essence to maintain control over Domingrad. Good. Alert the mages to protect the portals, or we're now back into dialogue. This one is young. Her power is not yet enough. When I return, there better be more subjects to tribute. No one sees their blessing rituals. No one is supposed to know. I was unlucky. I was stupid. I needed to see. Once I saw the bloody light, I knew I was betrayed. We all were. I needed to leave. I needed to tell the world what my brothers have done. There's one problem, though. No one leaves the church without a reason. I was born into service, however. My master had always treated me well. It doesn't matter, though. I was not supposed to be let out, so I escaped. I didn't know how they know what I've seen. Again, this was teenage Evan. But they chased me with a violent wrath. I run, I hide, I survive, and one day I'll bring the church down or die trying. So the whole premise of Domingrad is it was a story, a comic book about...
You can tell that they're going to be used as like backstage.
Shut up, Critical Role. So this character Athrin Gladwin, and his he was squire to his knight Gosfried Proudblade, who is basically now pursuing him because he was Gosfred's apprentice. So now Gosfred has to fucking rein him in and bring him back. And so he goes with his best friend Chloe Brightheart, and the two of them basically escape as they become fucking warriors of whatever. The church, though, more or less the TLDR of the what they do is they basically when they would drain and pull this power out of one of these angels, what would happen is the creature left would be this terrible, wretched, evil creature that's just pained, demonic anger. And what they would do is they would release that creature into the world, and it would go around and it would slaughter people and destroy villages and corrupt and kill. And once it's done enough damage, then the paladins, the Templars, would swoop in to kill the creature and defend the people. So they were not only ripping this power from the light realm and sort of draining and drinking up and sucking the pure light out of these good creatures and destroying them, but then they would allow them to murder their own people they are protecting, so that they had a reason to exist. Because if the threat of these dark demons went away, then the necessity of the Templars would also go away. So the only way that they can basically keep people from questioning, and the way they get so much power to do their rituals and stuff, is because they're necessary from protecting the people from these demons. Little does everyone know that they're actually the ones creating the demons. So none of that should be a spoiler if you don't know sort of where this is going. But you can understand now when I say that when episode 3 was kind of like me going, shit. When I make Domingrad, people are gonna think I ripped it off from Critical Role, you know. But like this, I mean, when was this made? Like fucking 2011. So I was not a teenager. Apparently, I was a 21-year-old. But yeah, so this is for my VSCM 14 Advanced Illustration Narrative project. So this is something I always wanted to build into Eldara as a world and a story. But yeah, it's just I want to make sure I do it well. So I wasn't gonna do it for even a couple of years. So maybe I'll still do it. It's just people are just gonna be like, people are still gonna say like, oh, you ripped off whatever, and you know, hey, what am I gonna do, bro? What am I gonna do? Not going to change a story arc I had. Never heard of Domingrad, but that's an arc I had. Well, maybe it's not that original of an idea if Critical Role also had it, so. Can you put Domingrad on the map? Domingrad's one of the realms, so it's one of the 20-something realms, so no, I can't, because it's not on the map. But that was an idea that little Peepo Evan had. Little baby Peepo Evan, all the years ago. So Athrun and Chloe were characters that I had made for the intention of that story, and I'd done a bunch of like development and stuff for school for those two characters. Oh well.
Oh, Domingrad is Innistrad? I see Moshik9 noted. I
mean, honestly, if you want to be that derivative, I guess you could say Innistrad is Domingrad. Because Innistrad didn't come out until, what, 2015? 16? Something in there? So, I see your attempt to be reductive, and I mock you. Ha. Get bent, nerd. You have to find an older example. So yeah, that was my story. You know, it was a little Peepo Evans story back in the day. Domingrad was one of the first sort of like conscious worlds that I had built to make art in back in the day. Obviously I never like did what I wanted to with it as a project, but eventually I did want to make it into like a proper comic. You know, basically Athrun and Chloe, they go and they sort of like find allies, but they find out that the conspiracy sort of runs very deep, and they think that they can go and talk to people and tell them the church is actually evil, but the church's power was so and the Templars like influence was so widespread that they found themselves not finding allies, but just people that wanted to like sort of stay in good standing with the Templars. And so they had to find allies and sort of go on this adventure to then finally like go liberate the angelic creatures, and it was a whole thing, man. It'd be a great D&D campaign, right? One guy got reverse one guide, like actually though, right? Damn, fucking the legends are true. The legends are true. Now, I don't know if I'll do anything with that. I don't know if I'll ever actually like form Domingrad into a proper like part of Eldara, but I want to. I'd really like to. I might base something off of it and then use the name Domingrad, but not directly have that story or whatever. We shall see. The Domingrad already exists as issue 0 of a comic I made in art school. That was a fun project, man. The comic book project was one of the best projects I ever did in art school. One of the most interesting ones, I think. And I probably wouldn't have done it on my own. You know, it's one of those benefits from like going and taking formal training, is they make you do things that you don't necessarily want to do, so that you find a new love for like narrative storytelling. Or whatever it is that you discover that you have a knack for, or whatever, through your art school training. Not that I have a knack for comic book writing, it's just it was fun. I enjoyed the process, so. Okay. shit. Shit. Okay. Whoops. Photoshop being weird. Can't we see Domingrad the Tempos could be using an Eldar gate to take the light? Maybe, yeah, something like that. It's kind of what I had in mind. But that kind of also changes some of the cosmology of the world. Atherin and Chloe and Gosford will be characters in Eldara. Like I did other like illustrations. Like I sort of did world building. Like I don't know if I could search for. Yeah, I mean I did some like some like in my ancient fucking archive. Let's see. 4th year, maybe semester 2. Character design. Character in light? No. Domingrad factions, the Fury Car, the Order of Light, the Shirel Doreth, the Skolin Guard. Oof. I mean, dog, like, this is like ancient EBA stuff, man. This is like from... Oof. Oof. Imagine that back in the day, dude. Look at these texture brushes. Oh my god. Oh, good god. That's so old. I like this coat. Fucking cool ass staff, man. You know? Yeah, I did a lot of stuff like in with intent of building sort of more projects for Domingrad. It was like a big portion of my my art school career. In the last portions of it. I really should have done more with Domingrad. Like, a lot of Eldar actually was inspired by things that came from Domingrad. And a little bit from another world that I made called Everflow. Domingrad and Everflow were like my two things that I did. And in some ways, Everflow also was built from Domingrad. So, there's evolutions there. I had all kinds of dreams and aspirations and plans to do projects in art school. Like make my own like game and stuff. Only I had met, or Ella had decided she wanted to be a software engineer earlier. I would have absolutely enlisted her to make my game for me. I would have 100%. I would have gotten Ella and Dasha to do it. Everflow is another world that's kind of like kind of these like conquistador knights that all fly and sort of like try and uncover. It's kind of like a sci-fi world. It's a fantasy world that's like in the bones of a sci-fi world. I did a lot of art of like, you know, fantasy landscapes with giant sort of like ancient ruined kind of like modern structures and stuff in the background. Maybe almost like near Automata kind of vibes, but maybe a little bit more fantasy than that. Maybe like there's an anime that I think that just popped in my head that might be oh fuck, what was it called? It was a mecha anime where everybody was floating on this giant thing on the ocean. What was it called? But anyway, it was like in future Earth where they realized that like Earth had already been like kind of fallen or whatever. They got Planet of the Apes. So you can how Ella doing? She's chilling. She's chilling. Yeah. Good, bro. Some cool old art to be updated. That'd be nice, yeah. Because a lot of the like a lot of the stuff I did for my portfolio. A lot of that. Oh, I don't want to open it there. That's the problem. That's the problem. The portfolio that I had, like graduated art, like my graduating art school portfolio, these were all Domengrad designs. So the main character of Everflow was the Brightwind sisters, Naomi and Chloe. Yeah. Naomi and Chloe Brightwind come from a long line of Sky Admirals. In their story, Chloe is an established captain from the beginning. However, her younger sister Naomi is shown progressing from a lowly military mechanic all the way up to a soldier and finally admiral. So we had to do like character development projects and like have our characters evolving. So like Everflow had a lot of these like kind of like old like sci-fi kind of like structures built into a fantasy world. And I really like that vibe, and I still like that vibe. You know, it's kind of a very quiet, lonely world where people are kind of inhabiting it. And this was for a mobile game that I had made characters for called Ray and Bojo. I really want to make Ray and Bojo as a game still. It's kind of like, I guess you could say maybe similar to like Geometry Dash, the game that I had thought of. Oops, there it is. I was gonna do it for a global game jam with my boys for 1 year, but we only did 1 year of a game jam. And then I really like doing like sci-fi work too, so this was a Smaug Samurais. Like this is how trash I was when I was in art school, man. Like these paintings are art school students right now are graduating portfolios. Like this looks like some early high school shit, you know. But like this was Everflow. These kind of characters, they were kind of based off of like Spanish conquistadors and fighter jets. A lot of these were Everflow characters, so. Even though the art's trash, the ideas were cool, I think. You know? Want a Templar character class now? That'd be cool. Would Domengrad and Everflow ever be on the same planet? Probably not. I don't think Everflow would fit into Eldara, because Everflow inherently implies that there's sort of a science fiction like history of the world, and I think Everflow ideas can be taken from it, but ultimately, I don't think that I could really use it the same way. I could have like ancient sort of like structures and kind of like use it Everflow sort of like foundation, but the actual story of Everflow and the factions and the way that I drew the characters, like the inspiration on fighter jets and stuff, wouldn't really fit. But they basically, oh, I remember that. Yeah. So they basically used like this ancient like crystallized fuel as their like their power source for their like kind of jet engine tech to fly around with their cool like weapons and shit. Flight, like I'm realizing, has always been a theme I've wanted to explore in fantasy and science fiction. You'd probably see it pop up a lot if you go deep enough into my art archive and, you know, go looking for it or whatever. Not that anyone would. Sure, they could. Super ancient Eldari technology that was only seen in the region they're from. Yeah, but the problem is then once you sort of introduce that like science fiction like vibe into it, then it sort of changes, you know, kind of changes the whole mood of the story, I think. You then let the tech out of the bag and you can't stuff it back in. The genie is out of the bottle at that point in time. It's like having Nier Automata in Eldara. Would imply a progression of timeline that wouldn't match up with the current established one. So it'd be fun, but I just don't think I could fit it in. Alright, Azune. I feel like we're getting close in the sky. On our boyo here. What am I missing? I'm missing his pendant, but I don't know what his pendant does though. Like I don't think we've seen or him talk about his pendant yet at all. He's holding on to it, he's getting some like magic cool powers from it or whatever, just like drifting off his hand, but I don't know what's here. I see some beads. I see a couple of beads here. But I don't know what this pendant is. So I'm not gonna include it into the piece. I see like some texture on his shirt here, but I don't really know what the texture is, so I'm not sure if I really want to include it. Maybe I'll like do some just kind of like lines. and imply that there's some sort of texture that's intentional, but won't go too deep into it, alright? That'll really be most of the Final Fantasy games. Yeah, I mean, most of the Final Fantasy games are not the type of fantasy I'm trying to tell stories about, so that would be an indication into the correct direction for me, I guess, to avoid that. Alright, we'll do something like that and see if that makes sense here. What if the armor should be, the plate should be higher up? I wonder if that would make more sense for him. For our homeboy. Also feel like I should do a little bit of a fill layer for his armor, just a smidge. Like a really light one, you know? Like a
visitors, how
20% or something. Oh shoot, Reaper, what's up, guys? Good to see ya. Hello, my friends. How you doing? What's up? How was stream? What'd y'all get up to? Tell me your tales. Welcome, welcome. If you guys are unfamiliar with Reaper miniatures, familiarize yourself. I talk about them enough. There's Twitch channels rad too, so go over and drop them a follow, yo. Welcome everybody. We're doing a little extension of Fan Art Monday. And I'm doing some Critical Role fan art before I jump back into my own projects. So we're doing a quick little stream to finish up drawing Azune from the most recent Critical Role campaign. So we're just entering the last little bits of drawing our boy here, and then I don't know, maybe we'll make a post or two or whatever. So welcome in. Good to have you guys. I'm trying to keep up with this season of Critical Role. I'm trying to be on top of it, alright? I'm trying to do my best, alright? I'm gonna get it this time. I'm gonna actually stay on top of it. I'm gonna be part of the whole thing the whole way through. I'm not gonna fall off at episode 50. Bet. Welcome, guys. It's an honor to have you. Alright, Azune. We'll do some highlights and stuff just to emphasize the armors, like, shine a little bit. I know I don't usually do like light things like armor with fill layers, but I feel like it's necessary on this one. I feel like we over-rendered a little bit on him, but fill layers are probably still fine, so. Alright. Is it time? Is it time for a signature? I think it might be. I think it might be. The next character. Well, what's a good one? Oh, screw the end up there. There we go. There we go. All right. Recording. Done. Done. Okay, cool. So let's see what we got. We got Azune. Let's just yoink that over. Let's just see what we got so far. Delete this nonsense over here. Delete this nonsense over there. So we've got our boy Azune, and we're just gonna move him over here real quick. And then we've got our homie Valus, and we're gonna, oops, move her over. Ooh, I didn't do the background for Valus too. Still, shit, dude. Okay, I forgot that. So Valus can scooch over here, and then we have Tyranny. Going to make larger now. I'm realizing to fit in line with this whole thing. Fit in line with the rest. And I wanted to fit her horns in. But there we go, man. We're getting the crew done. Background though. Shit. Backgrounds. What do we do? Do I just do the rings? The rings are nice. The rings are good. Fuck. I could just do the spiky ring thingies. Like, I think it works. It works for Tyranny. even though it's like kind of the symbol of the light, the Candescent Creed or whatever, I think we just do it for this one too. So to be honest, I'm being very honest here. Just to fill up the background a little bit. So, not going to overthink it. We're just going to do like a little like 10-pointed ring star thingy. And hopefully it looks good. I was going to post this one. I forgot. I completely forgot. So, we don't have like an order symbol or seal or anything for her yet either, so... just do something kind of modest just to frame the character. Gonna give them all these sort of like halo ring type effects. Slightly different designs to them, but the similar to the Tyranny one. I think it's a nice way to frame the characters. I've always liked doing these like ring things, so. Yeah. And then it just frames the character without having like to do any sort of massive background, whatever details or anything. I don't want to like spend a lot of time doing any of that kind of stuff on these characters. I want it to be pretty quick, pretty simple. Delete our little ring here. And I think that's good enough. Could do a dark and light type thing in the background, like highlight the character as well, but that seems... The thing is, the contrast in these characters is so, like, it's actually, it looks pretty strong, but it's actually not that, like, the overall contrast of these pieces is not that much, like, that strong overall. So, I don't know if I want to put in, like, a layer of light or darker area at all in the background, because don't forget that the background creates, like, its own midtone here, so I can't, like, do a darker wash in here, for instance. I mean, I guess I could fucking try. We can see if we like it or not. Worst that happens is I realize I made a terrible mistake. I hope the internet likes Valus as well. Had a lot of attention on Tyranny I was not expecting, so... I don't think I'm a fan of this, but always try an idea you don't like a little bit. Unless the idea is just terrible. Even though it doesn't really... There's inconsistencies in that outlook, I think, that I'm aware of. I'm brutally aware of them. Don't worry. I don't think I need to record any of this. Not every little piece of it needs to go into the recording. I had one person on YouTube accuse me of AI because I didn't show every last little thing I did in the recording. I'd turn off my recording early and do the last 10% or whatever. And out of rebellion, I refuse to show every last little thing. If I do the backgrounds the next day or whatever like that, I'm not recording the process. I'm not recording it. Nope. Fine if I don't pass the human test for, like, one guy. Let's make it better or worse. I think it actually makes it better, even though I kind of hate it. Yeah. I think it does actually frame the character a little better. Oh, I never signed it. Shit. Did I? Huh. Well. Do a big little signature there. So then let's yoink our layers here. And transfer them over to our boy Azune. And have this be like kind of a standard thing that we're doing. So the rest of Azune can get bumped up a little bit. Sort of fit in with our light ring type thing. We'll see if this looks good on him as well. So we'll select him out here. And delete this part. And this part. See about filling this in. See if it looks good on him too, or if this is a Veilus only type thing. Yeah, I don't really have like a uniform thing for these characters for how I want to do it. So be nice to do like an individual one per character, but maybe we don't worry about that. That's a lot, you know? There are whole things, best ignore most of them. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the worst part of like YouTube comments or whatever, is that you have to kind of admit that you need to ignore all your YouTube comments. Because I think that like there's definitely truth in people saying something along the lines of never read your comments. But then I would not get like the cool stories that I ask for in shit in the video if I wasn't reading them. So it's tough because I want to read the comments, but I do feel like my in between is I will never interact with a negative comment even in the slightest. If it's critical, if it is negative, if it's annoying, I will never respond to or interact with any negativity. Even somebody that's making like fair critiques of the art. Basically, the problem is that like no one that I've ever met, no artist ever has ever leveled unsolicited critique once. And so if somebody fails to like understand the social bar of time and place to like give critique on something, you know what I mean? Like that that's a person I don't want to engage with, which is kind of sounds a little like, oh, so you never want to be like criticized. Well, not in a YouTube comment by somebody I don't know. So yeah. So critique or negativity or whatever, I'll just quietly shadow ban that person. Like there's a way you can hide somebody from your channel. So who knows, maybe I'm getting like negative comments from the same person on my videos, like every time I post them, but I have no idea. And they think they're just like, you know, they're not banned or anything. They just don't, they're just comment, just nobody ever sees it, you know? So who knows? Maybe I'm getting a lot of shit from the same people over and over again, and I just don't see it. But yeah, I'll just quietly like remove somebody from my channel if they give me any negative feedback whatsoever on a video. Because it's just easier then to not interact with that. You know what I mean? All right, Azune. All right, my guy. I think we're good. Think we're good. All right. Critique is requested, not unsolicited. I think that makes sense. Yeah, there's like a weird thing in the art scene with that, you know, people like even man, because like I'm talking about this kind of with one of my, like, I have my official mentorship with Minnie and Alf, and I'm sort of like trying to help out a couple of other artists with little things here and there. And it's also strange to get critique from somebody that you don't know them or their credentials. So that's actually the point. Like, I really believe in the idea of like the kind of the base rule of like never accept advice from somebody that either doesn't want more for you than you want for yourself or isn't in a position that you want to be in, right? So that's like a general rule for me. So if somebody gives me some advice on how to make a game, like a D&D adventure, but I look at them and I'm like, you've never made anything that I think is like good. Like, I don't like your work, so I'm not going to take advice for you. That's obvious, right? It does suck because that can build some arrogance in there. Like an artist that has a different eye for something can give you feedback on something that maybe even if they're like a less accomplished artist than you, like technically they can give you conceptual development stuff or vice versa. And that's good to like take in, right? But with that, never accept advice from somebody that isn't in a position you want to be in or wants something for you greater than what you want for yourself. Never accept criticism from somebody you wouldn't accept advice from. And so, yeah, when somebody says like, you know, it's so there is also this kind of window of advice based on perceived, I think, accomplishment. So when I first started streaming, I would get people in my stream fairly frequently, a couple times a week, that'd be like, you know, their first chat message would be like, oh, you did this wrong, you need to do this differently because the thumb doesn't look like that when bent, or, you know, some weird like that. And you're kind of like, okay, like I'm in the middle of the process, like that's a rough sketch, like leave me alone, you know. And obviously now somebody gives me a like critique or whatever for a piece, is just like kind of like, okay dude, whatever, like I didn't, like who asked, like not me. But then you get big enough that I didn't get better, I just got bigger. And I think there's perceived like, oh, a person with 3 followers and 1 viewer, you think that you can, like, you know, whatever, like give them advice. And then you see someone with like 1,000 followers and 10 viewers, you're like, oh geez, that's like, you know, whatever, you know what I mean? Like whatever, numbers don't matter, but it's perception. I hadn't had that for years then, right? Until I started making YouTube videos this year. And so I'm a lot better than I was obviously 5 years ago when I first started streaming. But I get people in my early TikTok comments and YouTube comments being like, oh, if you want to like make the person look like they're smiling, you need to draw these kind of lines or that, or like give me like feedback. And sometimes their critique was wrong too, by the way, you know. Minoa the Wise, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. And I'm like, huh, interesting. But then as soon as I hit around 1,000 followers on TikTok or 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, around there, it just kind of stopped. My work didn't get better between 0 to 1,000. Like, I think my work between like 0 to now at about 10,000 followers, like in the last 6 months, I think it's improved, but not that much, you know. It's not like a massive leap. But I don't get any critique or feedback like that almost ever anymore, you know. And I think it's a perception of like, oh, this person isn't very big, so I can probably tell them how to do it, and that it's usually a selfish thing where they feel like they like if it feels better for them to offer critique because they feel more informed. But like I said, I've never met an artist ever that was good that gave unsolicited critique. Not one. And if it sounds like an attack on somebody you know that gives unsolicited critique, I'm sorry, but it's true. Like, it haven't been disproven yet. So it's tough, yeah, because when somebody gives you, so when I was talking with my little art peepos, my mentees about it, and they're like, oh, well, I ask all my friends what they think about these pieces, and I'm like, that's a mistake, because you're asking somebody who understands even less than you about lighting how to fix your lighting. That's bad, dude. You could like get some bad advice and not be useful, just waste your time. Like, okay, whatever, waste your time, I don't care. But actually get poor advice that regresses you in your skills or overcomplicates something. You know what I mean? So it's really tough to try and figure out like where to and how to accept advice from people. But especially some sort of random comment in the wild. I would say I don't know if you're a good or bad artist if it's a random comment in the wild, but I actually do know you're not a great artist, because again, I've never met an artist, anecdotally, 100% shooting 100 here, I've never met a great artist that thinks that to give unsolicited critique. I've met great artists that would maybe comment on a YouTube video and be like, hey, can I help you with this thing? You know, I think I might be able to help you with a technique to learn this thing better. It's really cool. And it's like, oh, sure. You know, if they don't respond, they ice you out. It's like, okay, whatever. But they might respond and be like, oh yeah, if you have some advice for me, that'd be great. It's like, cool. Right. But it's never just like, boom, here's problem. Like, whatever. Good morning, Silesian. Hello. How you doing, bro? Thumb doesn't look right while bent. Okay, then what does the thumb look like while bent? You know, yeah. All right. Yeah, it's weird. Like especially doing like stylistically doing something that's not so anime or not exactly realistic. I get a lot of like weird kind of in between. I get like critique from like people that draw like very stylized art sometimes. That's like, I can't do that. Like, that's not the way that this thing works when on real people, you know? Like, the last time that really the anime artists kind of came out on something was a character. It was two people that tag teamed me in a comment that were criticizing me on the way I drew a character or whatever, because they had no idea how muscle actually like how muscle versus fat is distributed on men versus women. And I wasn't drawing a character that was like 6% lean. I was drawing a character that was probably more like 20% lean or whatever. And that's, you know, that's the thicker look, not thick, but it's like, it's weird because like a male character with a 20% body fat and a female character with 20% body fat can still be very muscular, but it's going to collect on them differently, but not in certain ways. It's a whole fucking thing, man. But I had the anime artist on me, but that's not how you draw that. It's like, you don't know how to draw real people, do you? You never learned how to draw a real figure, do you? Okay. You know, not that all anime artists have that problem, but sometimes anime artists that just focus on anime never learn how to draw properly will have that problem. And then they're pretty obvious to point out, I guess, you know. I've drawn my whole life, never once watched a video or gone to stream and felt the need to give advice and critique. Yikes. Exactly, right? Yeah, exactly. Well, that's not true. One time I did, when I first, in like 2011 Twitch era, I thought I could help an artist out. And this was like old man looks at internet for the first time. And I was like, oh, like I think I can help you like get or figure out like what's, because she was struggling with drawing the character's nose. And I was like, oh, I think I can help you with that. You know, if you start with here, blah, blah, blah. And she was kind of like, oh, thanks, great, anyway. And then her mods like, and everyone in the stream was like, yeah, fuck off, like whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I was kind of like, oh shit, okay, sorry, my bad, I didn't realize what to do. You know, I wasn't a good artist. I'm still not a good artist, but I wasn't a good artist then. And as I sort of learned how to be a better artist, I realized, oh yeah, okay, I get how critique works. This was like when I was in high school or whatever, you know, this is like super early fucking Justin TV days, probably before 2011 anyway. But yeah, I mean, internet etiquette, you just understand how to do it, right? No great artist critique without being prompted. It's part of etiquette. Exactly. 100%. You know, and so, and I've never seen an artist that's good at art that doesn't have the etiquette knowledge in there. So artists usually when they are asked to critique something, it's in a positive way or with a question, not a negative, or you're doing it wrong at the start. Well, that's a really good point. I mean, when I was in art school, all the critique was negative because our instructors, people teaching the class, were they were not good leaders. And so it's so interesting. So we like art school critique for me was people dropped out. People were so ruthless that like people dropped out. I saw people burst into tears. I saw a girl run over and puke into the garbage can in the middle of her critique. She was getting fucking lit up. Like, and the problem is the instructors, they would always just kind of be like, oh, well, that's the real world, I guess. Like, they're not wrong. Like, they didn't understand how to hold and run a critique. And I thought that was just kind of like the way it was. Then I got into a real studio with actual artists, with an actual leader. And I think if you're going to teach an art class, you have to have good leadership qualities because you're kind of working as art director for the entire class. And a lot of the artists that were art instructors in my school were not leaders. They didn't understand how to do this. So they would let people just bully and eviscerate and chew up people. And it was just kind of like part of the thing. It wasn't until I got into a studio with a real art director and saw, holy fuck, this is how you critique to build people up. oh my God. And it wasn't because if you gave positive feedback, it'd always be like, hey, I really like the way you did the lighting there. I think that was really cool. Like, I see what you're doing with like showing the different shadows and the different like color like changes in the light and dark. Like, good job, man. If you gave that kind of critique in art school, someone would be like, oh, but like this is bad. And the instructor would be like, okay, well, like, do you have any useful feedback for them? It's like, yeah, I liked this thing. Keep doing more of it. That's fucking useful, you dumb, like, what the fuck? And I knew this as an adult, like in school, as even like a 20-year-old, that this was like a good way to critique. But of course, in art school, it was just an insanely brutal shred the person apart kind of thing, because that's what the real world is. Maybe it was for them when they were in art school, but certainly isn't the real. That isn't the professional world. The professional world, man, if you've ever been like working with a studio or part of an art team or whatever, it's like, hey, this is cool. I think this is a great thing. You should push this more. If you want this to be more convincing, I think this is a thing that you can do. Let me show you how to do this after the fact. It'll be really cool. Like, you see senior artists saying that to junior artists. They're like, hey, I see that you don't really understand what's going on here, and I think I know where you're going wrong. Let me, like, this afternoon after our meeting, let's sit down for a little while after we're done our afternoon meeting, and I'll teach you how to do this. It's like, what? Oh shit, you know? And so yeah, I mean, critique has to be honest and blunt. But it has to be honest and blunt from a perspective of love and wanting them to be better, not wanting to tear them down. Because you're the senior artist. You've made it, dog. This young up and coming fucking junior artist, they're not a threat to you. You got to improve them. That's your job as a senior artist on a team. So it's really important, I think, to understand how to give critique properly, and has an art director how to sort of like guide that critique and build a person with that. And so a lot of art school critique is negative. And even at, like, I went to a very prestigious, well, my art school was good, but the program I went to was extremely prestigious. It wasn't like art center levels of whatever, but it was a really intense program. So at the higher end of art schools, all the way down to the lower end of like community college fucking art paint with your fingers classes, it seems to be a universal thing that critiques are supposed to be this brutal, like shredding of thing, like criticism. Being critical of something. And it's like, man, that's true, and you should be blunt and you should tear someone's shit apart, but there's a way to tear someone's shit apart and build them up with it. And it's so hard to do, man. It's so hard to tear someone's shit up and build them up and make them feel great about it, because you want to break down all the mistakes they've made and give them hope that and inspire them with a sense of hope and excitement that they're going to be able to fix those problems that they knew were there but didn't know how to fix them. That's how you tear someone apart. But a lot of it would turn into an attack against the person. It's not you did this wrong. Oh man, I'm so excited for you because I now know what you're doing wrong, so I can help you fix this. It was, you did this wrong because you're not trying hard enough. You're not good enough. And sometimes that's true. Right? But like, it was so fun. One of the first times that I ever had a real critique from a real artist, and he was like, oh my God, I'm so excited that you don't know how to do this, because I fucking love teaching people how to do this. I'm gonna blow your mind. This is gonna be the most exciting like 2-hour thing that we're gonna do. This is just I'm gonna make time for this. We're gonna do this. It's gonna be so cool. I'm gonna teach you how to do this. It's gonna be awesome. And I was like, oh my God, this is so exciting. I'm okay, fucking rad, you know. And it was great. And he told me all the things, all that, just roasted and destroyed the thing that I was doing. But he was excited about it. He's like, I'm so excited that you don't know how to do this, because I'm gonna teach you this one little fucking thing. And you're gonna see it all differently, and then this is all gonna be whatever. And it was like, it's cool, you know. And you just don't get that with people that don't understand how to do that. And so if the art director or the person running the critique, which is the instructor in a lot of ways, is not a good leader, they don't know how to do that properly, you know. With all my experience in art school, I was lucky in college when the teachers were very constructive. Hey, you know. It always was good. Just be careful in some areas that are a bit this or that. I know you can get the same level for X, Y, and Z. The problem is that also has issues, because sometimes that doesn't push people enough. You know, so it's tough, but like the balance in there. I mean, that's maybe better. I don't know what's better, honestly. Actually, it's better in some ways, worse in other ways. You know, that was rough. Had 2 teachers who were amazing critiquing, and one I'm pretty sure was brutal. Like that specifically because they wanted to reduce the class size since they had the tenure and didn't really want to be there. That's funny. Well, so what happened with me is I was very sick in art school. And I missed a lot of it. So we had very strict rules. Like if you missed more than 1.5 classes, which a morning or an afternoon was a half a class. So if you missed more than 1.5 classes, you failed the course. It was very strict. And it was 9 to 5 every day, 5 days a week. Fuck you. And then a couple of evening classes and lunchtime classes. So the shortest day was 9 to 5 every day. Longest day was 9 to 10. And I left. You're not allowed to leave early. But sometimes I would sneak out and shit because I was very sick. And I had like surgeries and stuff. I was in the hospital a bunch. Charming Chrome, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So I left a lot. And it's like people, I didn't want to tell anybody because like when people know that you're sick or unwell or whatever, or like, you know, you might not be back next summer. They treat you differently. I don't want to be treated differently. So people thought like, it's like, oh, Evan's just lazy. Oh God, he just doesn't want to be here. He's not invested. What a lazy guy. And it was tough because then they hated me for that. And they thought that I wasn't trying hard. So when it would come to critique time, oh my God, they would fucking light me up, dude. And it was cruel, man. It was severe sometimes, but you know, what are you gonna do? Be like, hey, maybe the reason you hate me is not a great one. Like, I don't know, make excuses. Maybe that wouldn't have been the call either. But so I got especially roasted, and then some of the people in my proximity then, because it became a clique thing of like, oh, we don't like those guys because they're lazy. Something, I don't know. So it would all be like, oh, when your friend goes up, oh, boo boo, you're so good. This is so nice and beautiful. And then, you know, the people from the other group you don't like get up and it's like, oh, I'm really disappointed in you and stuff. So yeah, that too is also bad leadership on the art instructors, you know, whatever. So I think sometimes people actually think they're being direct when they're actually being destructive. Yeah, there is a productive way to deliver criticism, but again, that also is part of the like switch one water bottle for the other. There is also a way to give that critique, like Selegion said in YouTube chat. There's a way to be blunt and also kind. And I think there's not a guide for it. I don't think you can fake it. I think you will communicate how you truly feel to somebody, whether you want to or not, in some ways. And if you want what's best for them and you truly want to see them succeed, that's going to come across. You know, and if you just don't give a shit and you want to tear them down because maybe you're jealous, maybe you don't like them, maybe whatever reason it is, I think that comes across too. And so you kind of can't fake it in a way. You have to legitimately. So realistically, it is the kind of thing where it's just like, you just, you know, keep your mouth shut if you have something to say for somebody you don't like or whatever. I don't know. It's also like I know some people like negative critique. It's why I don't like to do critique on stream. There's two reasons I don't like to do feedback on stream. Two main reasons, because it comes up every once in a while. People ask why I don't do that anymore. Not that anyone asked, but it has me thinking about it. The main two reasons I don't give feedback on stream anymore for people's art, really almost ever, is because two reasons. One is kind of complicated, and it is more or less, I don't know where you're at. You know, maybe you're failing at everything you do in life. Maybe you're a fucking mess of a human. Nothing's going right for you. Your art isn't doing what you want to do. You're struggling. And because honestly, I usually, and this may be a little like presumptuous, but usually when I see artists not doing well, it's almost always in tandem with something else. An artist that's happy, healthy, and just doing it usually is like doing pretty well. So when someone is habitually struggling for a longer period of time, there's usually something else going on there. Very rarely is it like, oh, I'm having a great time in life and everything's rosy for me, and also my art's not doing well. And you never know. So if you tear somebody down even with love, when they're not in a mindset for it, sometimes people just need encouragement. I think a lot of the times people just need encouragement. Like, maybe just in life, but definitely as artists. Sometimes it is just like, hey dude, this is cool, like keep going. That's enough. Like, yeah, there's problems here, but like, bro, this is rad. Like, keep going, please keep going, please keep doing your art thing. And so if you don't know the person, it's like, I don't know if you're like on the fucking brink of quitting your career, and I tell you, oh, well, this thing's wrong, and this thing's wrong, and this thing's wrong, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You're like, see, I can't do anything right. And maybe it's a piece that you feel proud of and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get like some feedback, whatever, because I really feel good about this piece. And I'm hoping he says like, hey, I like the way you do this or that, blah, blah, blah. But then I just rip it apart. If they're trying to help you, then it's like, that you can do more damage. That you risk doing more damage than if somebody is just like, no, I need critical feedback, Evan. And you're like, this is cool, you give positive critique. But they're like, okay, what about the negative critique? Usually people will ask for that then. If you give positive critique, you're like, oh, I like the way you did the hair for this, or that's cool, I like the way you're rendering this. Like, you should do more of that. That's really cool. Like this is a great direction to go for your like whatever. I would, maybe keep pushing that direction because it's really working on this piece. That's directional critical feedback, but it's positive almost exclusively. And so if they say, okay, but what am I doing wrong? Then you're like, okay, invitation accepted. Let me tell you about these things. That's the first reason I don't do feedback on stream. The second reason I don't do feedback on stream, well, the reason one's because I don't know the person usually that well, Even for somebody who's been in chat for a long time, I don't know what you're up to, I don't know how you're doing. Reason two is often one piece is not enough to give a person useful feedback. If somebody shows me a hand they drew and say, I don't know why I can't draw hands easily, I can't tell you what you don't understand. I need to see like 80. I need to see a lot of examples of you trying to do this thing and not getting it right to know what it is, the thing that you're doing wrong, And so go draw 100 hands for me, and this is my challenge to artists. Go draw me 100 hands. You want to improve at hands? You want to never stress about drawing a hand ever again? Go draw me 100. Because one of two things will happen, and most often it's the first thing. But the first thing that might happen is you just kind of figure it out. If you give yourself enough of a practice, like you're like 100, I do like 4, and you try to draw 100 hands, 100 10-minute hands, 5 to 10 minute hands, on like hand 55 or 75, you usually get it. And at the very least, then, if you draw 100 hands and you show me 100 examples of you not getting it, I can tell you exactly what you don't get. And so the problem is some people like show a piece and they're like, oh, what do I do to improve this piece? What can I do to improve? It's like, I don't know, because I don't know what you're doing wrong. Like, everything's wrong. This piece sucks, obviously. Obviously, it's not good. But I don't know what is the thing that's like habitually your issue that you can actually productively work on, and what is just something that you got wrong in this one thing. So I'll say like, oh yeah, the composition in this isn't great. People will be like, yeah, I know, I didn't do a really good job on this one. And you're like, okay, well, if you know, then what do you not know that you don't know? Like, what are you asking me to look at that you don't know? Like, what are all the things you know you did wrong on this, so I can tell you things you don't know? And that becomes a weird thing. So it's really hard to give feedback to people, man. It's hard to do that inconsistently, and you have to practice it like a skill. When pieces doesn't show if they're making the same mistake all the time, or if they're taking a really long time to avoid certain pitfalls. Yeah, actually, they're right. You don't hurt someone further, even though nothing you're saying is mean. It's just because they aren't in the right headspace to receive it. Exactly. And I think that if somebody's in the wrong headspace and you give them the wrong kind of feedback, and you give them and there's no encouragement there, like, man, I don't know, maybe it's like a sad state of the world for artists, but so many artists out there that are struggling, that are self-taught, that don't have a community, that don't have people around them. Like, you know what one of the best things about going to a studio space or working within an environment with other artists, going to school, whatever it is you get some fucking camaraderie, right? And that's something. If you're just out there in the abyss and the ether on your own, working on your computer all alone in the darkness, like, man, those artists, because I also feel it sometimes too, even though I'm very used to this, at this point in time, I've been doing this for a long time. A lot of artists are just starving for some encouragement. Just somebody saying, like, somebody that they look up to, not that I am worthy of looking up to, but just, what I mean? I may be further along than somebody, but somebody you look up to and you're like, this is an artist that is further along the journey that I aspire to be like one day. If not, that's not the end point still, at least hit the levels that they're at. Like, even somebody like that just saying, this is good, and there's value in you pursuing this skill, like, keep going. Dude, I've seen that change people in real time, I've felt it, when I met Rob Alexander, who's an environment painter, like, years ago, and I was really not doing well, and I was really struggling, and he was like, you are not very strong technically. And I was like, yeah, I know, I'm shit. He's like, no. You are conceptually amazing. So if all you can do is figure out the technical side of things, you will be an all-star. I was like, oh shit, really? Like, damn, bro. That made a big, big impact for me. So miss studio space so much. Haven't been in one since I was done with school because life happens and the artist loneliness is a big thing. Yeah, I think it's like a thing that I don't know how to fix the problem, because the example I give is I listened to a podcast that was an interview from the what was it, Rookery? I think it was Rookery, the YouTube channel. There's a small YouTube channel and stream that are a bit smaller than me, but they got some real big heavy hitters in the industry. So they're not like some mass thing everybody knows, but they're a really good channel. They do occasionally like interviews with like their artist friends in the industry, and they're all like accomplished artists. So they like ask a guy who's like an art director at a big studio to do an interview on their channel that like 5 people see, but it's like, holy shit, you got this guy to talk about this thing for an hour? That's rad. The guy who was the art director for Hearthstone, God, I wish I fucking remember names better, but he was talking about working at Dreamhaven and working with artists at Dreamhaven in the new era of artists being working from home. And he was saying how difficult it was to have artists not in the office. And a lot of people are like very anti going into work these days. Ben Thompson, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was Ben Thompson. He's talking about how it's like, yeah, a lot of artists just want to work from home. And he was saying more or less like, he never sees artists on their own in a studio succeeding. That unless you can be there face to face, water cooler chat kind of thing, you're really like floundering. And so that was his opinion of artists working on a team, not in a physical space, but still on fucking TeamSpeak, Zoom meeting, Discord call, whatever's, still working towards the same project, still in correspondence every day with the whole team, still on Slack or whatever you're doing to talk to people, still like interacting. Even that just non-face to face was enough that he was saying, man, that's gonna kill your development as an artist. So it's like, asking him if you're good, how like what's his opinion on artists that aren't even part of a studio, that are just freelancing out in the middle of nowhere in their fucking bedroom with a camera and a fucking tablet in front of them, like, you are fucked in that way. So I think trying to create that community, if you're like, that's one of the big problems with the self-taught community, is you think that you can learn the technical knowledge from YouTube, and you can, but if you don't have peers to interact with, even interacting with not face-to-face wasn't good enough. So like, imagine how bad it is if you don't have anyone to interact with, or people that aren't serious, because you have to be around serious artists. A lot of people have hobbyist artist friends and they wanted to go pro, and that's very good that you have your hobbyist artist friends, but you can't use them as your peers at that point in time. You have to separate yourself from them in a way and say, okay, these guys are all having fun doing their thing, but they're not like serious in the same way. So I can't talk to them in that useful way, which sucks because they can be your friends and can be awesome. But finding community is really tough, man. Finding community as an artist is real tough, and I don't know what the solution is, because I don't know if even like Discord communities is good enough. I don't even know if like self-inserting kind of like communities that you can kind of go find of other artists that you can kind of drop into and say, hey, who wants to art with me? I don't even know if that's enough. I think there has to be some like organization behind it. That's why I'm wondering if like mentorship in like collective, it's like you mentor, instead of one person at a time, you mentor 5 people at a time. It's not so many that you can't still give individual sort of like very specific individual feedback to, but then they get the benefit of being around each other that are all serious about the project too. I wonder if that's the best way to do it. Not gonna lie, karma is half the reason I come to the stream here. We had some great conversation about art yesterday, even though I don't directly interact with Twitch chat. Fair enough, yeah. Yo, Slayer Street, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Reminds me of being in class in school, and I've noticed a large change in my productivity when we're working alongside stream, because it helps me get in the right mindset. That's awesome, man. That's one of the best things that anyone's ever said about the stream. Just because everyone is in my department, we're nerds, so D&D con was in the background, we're uncommon. That's awesome. Yeah, that's sick, bro. Being with an artist feeds the mind so much too. Yeah. A lot of artists, maybe creatives in general, have focus issues that prevent them from bridging the hobby to professional gap. Having a community in which everyone keeps each other on task and schedule is important. Well, that's the nice thing about, one of the nice things about, if you are, so
This is a difficult topic to bridge, and I've had to discuss it with some artists that want to be more serious recently. So I'm always hesitant to approach it, but I think focus is a big problem for artists, and I think that it requires a very delicate but very serious conversation. Because yeah, a lot of people want to be good, but they can't sit down. Like I can guarantee you can be a professional artist making a good livable wage, studio grade, freelancing for the big companies you want to freelance for, whatever career you want. I can guarantee somebody can accomplish that. It's not a maybe, it's not an if you're good enough to get your big break. No, it's I guarantee you a career, which never happens in life. There's no guarantees in life typically. But the problem is that what I in exchange for that, the payment is a couple of years of focused work, of consistent focused work. We're talking, if you work between 3 and 6 hours a day, every day for 3 years, I can guarantee you're hireable in a year or two, and you're a pro grade at the end of those 3 years. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Capital G. Not money backed. Not legally guaranteeing anything, but I guarantee it. And so you tell it to somebody who wants to be an artist, they're like, oh, fuck, like, really? And so why don't they do that? And I say, why? So why aren't you able to do your 3 hours a day? Like, well, and they basically say something that looks like I'm having a hard time focusing. We don't want to admit that because we find a lack of focus. We find focus to be a virtue and the lack of it to be embarrassing. Maybe that's for the better, because it is, but also it's a real problem. Let's talk about it. And I think the problem is people start to make excuses for it. The amount of people that I think give me an excuse for why they can't focus that I don't think is legit is a high percentage. And so when you're talking to somebody, like, the merits and values of, let's just say, art school in a way are that it demands your focus. You have to get this project done. Now, there's a great deal of stress that comes with that. But with that stress comes you building the skill and habit of focus. And if the weight and stakes and gravity of you doing it right are serious and high enough, you will develop the skill. You will focus. And so the art school kids don't have nearly the difficulty that the self-taught kids do with focus. And so when you're in the self-taught realm, it's like, oh, I can't focus. And you're like, okay, fair enough, dog. Like, that's not your fault. I understand. Like, let's figure out why though. And it's like, well, like, what do you do outside of work? And it's like, oh, well, you know, and legitimately, like, don't lie to your doctor about your health. Don't lie to me about your fucking activities when I'm asking you about focus. And it's like, how much time? Like, let me see your phone. Let me see your phone. Oh, wow. You spend like 14 hours a week on YouTube and TikTok. That might be our culprit. You know, so much of the modern like system of entertainment and the internet is designed in this, what people call attention economy, to maximize your brain to focus on what they want you to focus on. So the games are the gotcha, ping, 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 whatever. You know, that part, instead of doom scrolling, sit down and draw. But it's not just sit down and draw forehead. That's so difficult. That's so tough, man. Because if you have been conditioned to play activating games and to watch YouTube and TikTok and whatever, your brain is going to scream at you. The part of your brain that's the you, that's the mind, the conscious mind, is so unbelievably outclassed by the part of your brain that will do the things that you're trained to do to survive. Right? It's not just good discipline and good habits to break the cycle, though, because it is discipline and good habits, but also that's an incomplete picture, I think. You're 100% right, and I agree with you. But I've also realized that when you're talking to somebody that's already in deep, that has been rotted to the core of their brain, like, yeah, the reprogramming, 100%. You have been playing games, video games, you've been on YouTube, you eat super engaging foods, fucking fast food and candy all day. You're drinking energy drinks and stuff and caffeinated. You're on some fucking ADHD medication that just has you wired up or some shit, like whatever it is, you know what I mean? Life is designed to try and make everything the most appealing and most palatable it can be. And I learned this lesson when I started losing weight. When you are on the kind of diet I was on in 2019, candy, soda, fucking fast food, someone tells you to eat a strawberry, you're like, this is fucking disgusting. But if you get off sugar for a month and you try a strawberry, you're like, this is candy. What the fuck? So you recalibrate your brain's perception to sweetness. You can recalibrate your brain's perception to reward. So this is tough. Again, this is like really tough topic to broach because some people are like, "Oh, you like don't tell me that I'm not calibrating correctly. It's not the League of Legends, it's not the dopamine, it's not the whatever. It's because I have ADHD or whatever. Because I have like 3 cats. Doesn't like, and they get really defensive about it. And there's no judgment here. There's no condemnation. Like I've suffered and suffer from this too, you know. But it is hard when I start talking to some of these young artists. And it's like, okay, you can't focus for 3 hours. Let's figure out why. You play a lot of League of Legends. That's a very engaging, dopaminergically powerful game. Oh, you play Genshin. So your reward structure of Gamba, book, bonus. You're so used to that. You're wired up, man. You know, you drink a lot of G Fuel. You watch a lot of fucking high intensity VTuber fucking, boing stream. And I'm just shitting on my friend VTuber friends. But you know what I mean, right? So whatever it is, like you are not programmed to just sit and be quiet and be content working on your craft for 3 hours. And there's no amount of discipline that can do that for you, because your discipline, your willpower is a drainable resource. And so you ask somebody who works for 5 days a week like that, oh, well, how do you do it? And they say discipline, but they might be disciplined for 1 day a week. The other 4 days, it's a routine, it's habit, it's easy. So they're not draining their willpower. It takes 100 willpower for you to do 1 day. It takes them 10. So I don't know how to help artists reprogram this, because either you want to be honest with yourself and you're like, yeah, man, okay, let's try and like build new habits, build new routines, build new strategies, get off the bad things, stop scrolling, stop doing this, wean off the whatever, and improve ourselves, or you don't. And it's kind of like you either buy into it or you don't. And I don't know how to like help an artist that doesn't buy into it but wants to like improve. And maybe there is no helping somebody like that, but I want to believe there is. He'll get DMing me, signaling others need a thing now, computer in the common room, and have the kids, and nothing I can do to get out of the zone. Yeah. Yep. They're all real excuses, but they're also not serving you, They're flexible, but you have to prioritize your art just like it's a job you're at. That's super tough for a lot of people. It is. And so that's why you have to really ask somebody, like, do you really want this? And it's like, yes. Who I sympathize with Lost is the person that says, I want to be an artist more than anything in my entire life. I want it bad. I want it so bad. I want it more than anything else, is I want to be an artist, but I can't get myself to focus. That's somebody being honest about it. And I think that's the person you can help. When somebody's like, I want to be great at art, it's like, I want to be great at football. I don't actually want to be good at football, but you know what I mean? I want to be the best pianist out there. Be nice to. But I like playing my piano, but I'm not going to put the time in required to get good. And so it's like, okay, then art can be a hobby for you. But it's the person that really feels like that can't seem to break their habits who I really sympathize with. There's nothing wrong with art being fun, being a hobby. I do find it a little bit difficult to answer questions on how to get good if you are just being a hobbyist, because it's like, I can't tell you the pathway then. I can tell you what to do to be good, but if that doesn't sound appealing to you and you're doing this as a hobby, then don't do it. Making a schedule can help a lot. Making into increments instead of cold turkey can help some people. 100%. Yes. Yeah. I think that if you can survive the brutal sort of like initial period of it, I think you can build it into a habit. If you can force yourself up at 6 a.m. every day to go to the gym, by week 2 or 3, it'll be easier. If you can force yourself out of sugar, it'll be easier. If you can force yourself out of TikTok, it gets easier. Like the beginning is the worst part. And sometimes it's okay to say, like, to people, I think this is what it feels like. This is what difficult feels like. This is what it's going to suck. Of course it's going to suck because it's hard to do. If it was easy, like, you wouldn't want to do this, So, Erika, thank you for the follow. Welcome, or the fucking, sorry. That follow and the Prime. Jesus, what the hell? Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm honored. Goddamn, that's a combo I don't see that often. So thank you. I'm honored to have you. Seriously. Damn, dude. Prompts up just for the message. I'm literally in the boat you're describing. Well, there's yeah. I mean, there's pathways forward. There's like, dude. Even my dog's mad about it. Let's see a bear outside. Kick Canada shit. Yeah, I want to like figure out how to crack that code, because I think that a lot of people boil it down to either you either have it or you don't. And it's like, part of me is like, no, man, I want to believe that. Because I was out, I mean, I know this is probably our first time meeting, Emeka. I'm going to say your name right. But I quit, air quote, quit art, even though it was my absolute life goal and dream, for about 6 years because I was so depressed. And so when I was getting back into it, trying to figure out how to break this curse was literally the hardest thing I've ever had to do. And I'm still maybe not doing it entirely well. I still fall into slumps. I've been in a slump for about a month or so. And I'm just like getting myself back out of it now. So, but yes, I agree. Schedules can be big and help. You know, you want to be the 7th defenseman for the Hawks. You want to be the 7th defenseman for the Hawks? Wow. Well, I think they need to fill slots like maybe 3 through 6 first, and then you can maybe apply for number 7. They probably have some openings there, so having an honor job that I don't feel like has been my motivation to focus. I'm not sure I would have had the same discipline in my 20s that I have now. Good point. You know, things change, right? Love being a hobbyist artist, but I do get a bit jealous sometimes that I can't just do art all day sometimes. Yeah. I mean, I feel the same way too about my own projects. Like, I wish I could just do Eldar all day sometimes. You know? You're saying you're right and same with university? Oh, interesting. Okay, well, yeah, then you understand, right? It's also a labor of patience with oneself, and people are so used to the instant gratification that art doesn't reward you unless you keep at it. Because you're the only way to get better is keep practicing. You know what? This brings up a good point I haven't talked about in a long time. Building a reward structure for yourself. So this year I started posting videos, right? This year I've grown massively on every platform that I've been doing shit on this year, except for Twitch, because it's Twitch. Because I like this year I started the year with 500 followers. I'm at 24 and 0.2 thousand because I started posting videos. Posting videos and growing from it has been a side effect of the point that I post the videos. The reason that I post the videos is not to grow. The reason I started making videos is because when I see the process happen back, it reinforces the fact that I did the work and makes me feel awesome about it. So just making art into the void, one more piece, all that kind of stuff, it doesn't do shit. Right? You just do more art, and then what? And then the next day rolls around, and then what? I don't know. Now it's Thursday and I did do more art. And that really fucking sucks. It's really difficult, I think, you know? So for me, it took me a long time to realize that seeing the process of me going through a time lapse of my work was massive for me. So whatever the reward structure is, like just keep trying things to build that reward structure for yourself, I think. And I think that really makes a difference. It really made a difference for me. The reason that it's like people sometimes would joke that like, oh, you're trying a lot harder now, Evan, because you're getting some sort of like positive feedback from the work that you're doing or whatever. So that's why you're trying. If I could make my thing into a time lapse and then get 1,000 views on YouTube, I would be making art as well. And it's like, it doesn't matter about the views to me. Like, that's great. It's awesome. It's really cool, actually. But for me, seeing this right here, this is the juice. Now, for some people, maybe it's a portfolio you look for. Maybe it's making art for people. Part of the reason why I do the fan art pieces for my VTuber friends, like Minnie here, got fan art of her character for me, is because it's good for the soul to give something to somebody once in a while that makes their day. So building and identifying reward structures, I think, is really important for artists, you know? Make RPG roadmaps with drawing for yourself. I saw someone do it for Final Fantasy X style, and it's such a great idea. That's really cool. I like that, actually. I'm sad Photoshop doesn't have a way to record time lapse. It's really frustrating. Yes, it is frustrating, but there's ways around it. If you're willing to use OBS, Chrissy, that's how I use Photoshop and I record all my process. So you can absolutely like these are all Photoshop. So there's if you're willing to start up OBS whenever you're working, you can record your time lapses as well. Obviously, Procreate and Clip have it built in. That's nice. I'm annoyed Photoshop doesn't. Maybe get your shit together, Adobe. But there are ways around it. So, yeah, you can definitely still record process. You just need to have OBS open, right? You don't want to edit the videos, TBH? Well, the editing, so editing the actual video for me for a speed painting takes around maybe 60 to 80 seconds. Around there. And then obviously it takes me about 20 minutes in total because of the audio, but I know it's like one more thing, but I'm just saying that there is a possibility if it's really important to you to record process for Photoshop. So, when something record only when the pen is on the screen. Interesting. I have pieces that take me over a month to do that. So much time. Yeah, if you're working more in just like 15-minute stints, yeah, that could be a little more tedious, or whatever it is. I'm not that I say you're doing 15-minute stints, but you know what I mean. Like if you're trying to edit, if you're trying to put together, like the most I'll do is like, I don't know, like this piece was probably of this actual like recording was probably like 20 hours or whatever, maybe. And also the time lapse isn't perfect. So notice what I'm doing here. When I popped out of the time lapse, it like skipped it, like just there was another skip. That was me doing work off stream or off screen or whatever. And so a lot of these jumps, in detail, they feel really bad because you just lost 5% of your process or whatever. But I think that as long as most of it's in line, it's like if you have 50% of the process in there, it's fine. So you can give yourself a little bit of a break. Not that necessarily solves the problem. Like portraits are great because I can do them in 1 or 2 shots. But yeah, something like this piece for Azalea. Look at that CapCut logo on there before I started paying to remove it. Or Nakia or whatever. These pieces definitely, are in like 3-hour blocks of time at maybe the minimum. But like, look, I just jumped past a massive amount of detail right there. And then the entire blocking just jumped past there as well. So I get it. If you are working on bigger projects, you do lose more of the process. So it is annoying, but if it is important to you, it's definitely doable. So if we don't want to do the work, that's fine. But we got to admit that it's possible, Make a D&D party of artists. That'd be fucking rad, Slesian. I proud of myself that most of the time if I'm listening to YouTube, then I'm also doing some kind of art simultaneously. My brain dislikes silence, but with 5-hour Critical Role episode, I just lock in. Oh, I agree. So this is why I enjoy streams and podcasts so much. Like if I do work and I'm watching a 15-minute video, it screws me up. Because the way I sort of describe it is that like pulling me out of the flow state or whatever, like I've had to talk to Elle about this. When I'm in it and I'm deep and I'm working, when I get pulled out of the flow state or whatever, it takes me a while to get back into it. So if every 15 minutes I am finding another YouTube video, that will force me to to double the amount of time it takes to do a project, which sucks. So Ella usually knows that when I am working hard, like head down, like eyes forward, it's not a great time to call me or bother me with something or ask me about my opinion on dinner or whatever. She just kind of like leaves me alone to do my work because that's why I like 5-hour podcasts and streams. That's why I don't talk in streams in the evening as well when I'm usually listening to a stream, because I hate it when I get into stream. I'm like, yo, what's up guys? Hey, why are we so attractive in here? Yo, playing the games tonight. Okay, cool. Let's have a great day. And then I start working. And then sometimes the stream will be like 10 minutes later, be like, oh, Evan, what's your opinion on anime chicks with 3 boobs? And I'm like I don't even register. I don't even hear it because I'm just like working. And then I'll come back 10 minutes later and be like, oh, cool. That dragon's so rad, man. Good job killing that Dark Souls boss. And they'll be like, oh, bro, you ignored me before about the fucking anime girl question? I'm like, no, I was just focused. Shit. And most streamers are good about obviously you don't call on a chatter that's not here. That's not present because you don't want to pull someone out of their lurk or whatever. But when it happens to me, it's been bad. So, but yeah, streams, podcasts, Critical Role, D&D shows, those are all the best for me. So maybe I should save my VODs, at least put something together, even if it's skipping pieces. I mean, yeah. Like one of the most egregious ones I've ever done was the Shadowheart recording I did, because I just tried a different method for it, where I was recording my like whatever, you know, my like, this is one of my most like highly performing video, obviously Shadowheart, but like look at how little process is being made here. Now, obviously, this is more for like a content creation thing, not for you seeing your process come together. This does not give me the same like brain feels as seeing a piece really come together. That's a bad example. like this. This is like, oh shit, I remember that I had a different sketch underneath and I changed certain things. Oh yeah, I made like a decision for her bangs and whatnot, and I really like the way I handled this thing. And I remember struggling with those folds, but like they kind of came together in the end. So maybe I should be more confident next time. And it just skips at the end there. And you know, if you're trying to make a video out of it, I think if you have like half of the process recorded and you skip past giant blocks of it, that's totally fine. You know, maybe for you it's missing part of the process and you're like, oh no, I want to see the whole thing. But if you're just trying to make videos that people will watch, you can absolutely skip the majority of it and it'll still, you know. Girl seems to be best on Sabrina Banks. I'm not sure who that is. I'm a little uninformed with a lot of the mainstream, so got background noise on, or every noise outside will make me look up, even though I really usually don't care about what's going on inside. Yeah, one of the biggest tools I have for focus that has helped a bunch of my little art peepos is this. It's a pad of paper that if my mind forces a thought into my brain of just like, I wonder what, you know, the actor who played McGonagall's doing, like those like kind of weird brain thoughts that will pull you out. You're like, oh god, I gotta go look this up now. Whatever that is, like those thoughts, I'll just write it down. Because once you write it down, you give your brain permission to let go of the thought. I find this is why a lot of people do this, have a pad of paper before bed, beside their bed or whatever. I use it while I'm working, so that while I'm in the middle of working and I'm just like, which are the Crusader versus Warden clans in BattleTech? Was Clan Wolf a Warden or a Crusader clans? And then I want to go look that up. I'll just write it down so that my brain knows that I'll see it later and I'll look the thing up. We're just not going to do it right now, brain. Promise we will look it up. We'll do it later, and so you can let go of it. You can, and I find that most people's brain will let them not obsess over ideas, you know. But if you're trying to remember, like, oh, I got to message back I gotta send Selesian her character tonight. Okay, I don't want to forget that, so I'll write it down right now because I'm not doing it right now. I'm working. So I'll write that down. And then 5 minutes later, I'm like, oh shit, I wonder what, you know, Knott's husband was named in Critical Role. And it can be dumb things like that, or it can be serious things like, oh my god, I forgot to like call the doctors and reschedule my appointment. But I don't want to do it right now because I'll be on the phone for 10 minutes, I'll lose my focus. I find that if all you're doing is just writing something down quickly, it doesn't pull you away from your work enough that you can't return back to it pretty easily. You know, if all you're doing is just writing that thought gremlin down, you're kind of getting it out of there. And I think it works really well. And I've had a lot of artists tell me that they've come back and been like, bro, that shit is good. So I think that one's a good one. I think that works for a bunch of people. There's a hard time putting value into social media. It just doesn't matter to me. Arguably it should a little bit more. Taco, forgive me, are you like, what, like, as is like art or whatever you do that social media like has value for, is that a profession for you or is it a hobby, is the question? Because I can explain it in value and make it valuable immediately, right, if need be. But obviously if you're doing it as a hobby and it's fun, then don't fucking worry about it. Fuck social media, who cares what people think? Screw them. You don't need to show your work off to anybody, right? Audiobooks are good, yeah. Very ADHD friendly advice, yeah. Sounds to like dealing with a toddler, but it's your brain, yeah. Need to write stuff down so I can stop thinking about everyday work stuff, ideas, to-do lists, etc. 100%, yeah. That's genius. Okay, on your way to profession. Okay, so if we're professionals, we're going to be thinking about building this as a career. If you want to build your art as a career, you have to either do one of two things. So you have to, if you want to make art, if you want to make art as a living, you want art plus living, you have a couple of options here. Okay, a couple of routes. Path 1, you can do a job plus art. This is what Dashto does. Dashto is the composer that does the music for Eldara. Dashto makes a shit ton of money as a software engineer and then gets to make music in his free time and has all of the luxuries of not being terrified of where his food's going to come from because he has a nice stable job, which allows him to pursue his art, right? You can do art as a job for a business. Because a business is the thing that moves money from somebody who wants something for you that you do to you. So you can go down this path. You can join a studio, right? You can join some kind of a company, right? You can develop games. You can work in production. So that is art as a job for a business. Now you can do art on your own. The problem is that a lot of artists, I'm not saying you do this, Taco, is a problem, but I'm just putting out a general sort of idea here that I talk about sometimes. Art on your own, you still you still need to do it. Like you need somebody to pay you to do it, or else you just can't live. So now you become the business. You are the business. You are business. So if you have a business, now in your business you will have, let's just say, a game studio. As a game studio, you have your teams. You have the people who make the art for the game. Art for game. You have people who design the game and test it and play. Design game. And you have people who sell the game, right? This is the way I think about it. Game. There we go. So imagine that you are now, so remember, you're the business, which means you're the person in charge here. So you have a team that you go in and you see your art team. They're like, hey guys, we've got all the cool art. Here it is. We've got the next levels designed for visuals. We got all that. You're like, great, game team. Hey, design team, what are you doing? And the design team says, oh, we have great ideas. We have the next mechanics built. We have the encounters made. We have the game program ready to go. We're working with the artists to get it. The game is being built. Now you have a game and you have a marketing team. So what is the budget for marketing on most games, most video games? Not a lot of people know this. They underestimate it. But it's somewhere in the realm of 30 to 60%. So if your budget, right, your budget for the game is $100, you will spend $30 on the, on, let's just say, the art. You'll spend $20 on the design, and you'll spend $50 on the marketing. This is the established sort of like breakdown of a lot of these things. Obviously, certain games are different, guerrilla marketing, whatever, all that stuff. But like CD Projekt Red, this is how they did it, right? I don't know the art versus design and company and whatever else, but we're being basic here. So 50% of their resource, of their overall resource, was assigned to marketing. Now, when I say this, they have 100 resource right here, $100. That actually looks like 500 million. Or so. I think their budget was about 500 mil. You don't have money when you're starting out to pay people to do this for you. All you have, instead of money, you have time. And this is how I get myself to do this. So if you're running a business and you're an artist that is working for yourself, because you don't want to do a job and art, that's not for you. You want to do art full time, and you don't want to work for somebody or can't work for somebody as art as a job for a business. You have to be doing this path where you are the business. So you have no money, but you have time. So How much time do you spend on R&D? Research and development. This is practice. Well, you have to be spending some time practicing getting better, or else your product isn't going to improve. Then you have to spend, let's just say, 25% of your resources on doing the thing. So working. But then how much of your resources are you putting into marketing? Now imagine you came to this company and you're paying $500 million for a company, and you go to the art team and they say we're doing great. You go to the design team, you say you're doing great, and you go to your marketing team and you say, hey, how much have you guys done today? And they say, oh, nothing. We're instead playing League of Legends and watching Shy Lily, hoping that her model's shirt slides down a little bit further. You would fire your fucking marketing team if they're sitting on their ass not doing anything. And so, even if you're not a content creator, social media is marketing. Now that could be you want to direct people and say, hey, if you want to support me, you can go to my Patreon. Or you can say to people, hey, if you want to support me and you want to buy my prints, go buy my prints. Or you can say, hey, if you want to support me, you can commission me. But if you don't have the marketing, like if you want to charge more for your commissions, or sell more prints, or make more subs, or make more whatever, or make advertising revenue or whatever, the way to do it is to increase the amount of eyes on your work. This is the way. This is the path forward for the freelance artist. You can't do it any other way, because if you're not doing this, if you're not marketing to people, you're working for other people as a job. They're the only people who have money who are going to find you through this like sort of network of professionals are companies. Great, go work for Wizards, go work for Legend Story Studios, go work for as a contractor for ILM and stuff. Hidden Tides, thanks for the follow. And now you're working as art as a job for a business, right? But you want to, and the theoretical, rhetorical you, I'm not addressing anyone in chat specifically. I want to. You, the rhetorical us, we want to make art on our own. That means we have to treat it like a business. And I think a lot of artists want to do it on our own. We want all the benefits that come with doing it on our own, because we don't want to do it for somebody else, and we don't want to do it in addition to something else. If you aren't willing to treat it like a business, then you're going to pay the price of having a marketing team or a development team or whatever that isn't fucking working for you. And it sucks, because no one teaches us this as artists. No one ever taught me this. Ever. I had to figure it out myself, which sucked. I'm way behind. But this is the way that I see it. Maybe some of it makes sense and is useful. Maybe a lot of it's dumb and not useful for an individual, but this is the way I perceive it. This is my perception. So that's why I see social media as necessary. So some weeks, like I haven't posted a video. I posted like 4 videos in the past like 3 weeks. Had a big life emergency. I have the flexibility to not do that. But if I want to get, moving on stuff, then I best get posts and videos and letting people know that I'm here. Because the problem is you have to work with the algorithms. You have to work with social media. Posting still images, not the play, bro. People don't want still images. Posting videos, that's what you gotta do to grow on Instagram. I posted hundreds of still images on Instagram, never got any followers. I post 100 videos on Instagram and get fucking 3 million views in 6 months or whatever it is, So it sucks if you don't want to do that part of it. But to me, I see it because I hate doing the business part of my stuff. I hate social media. I hate it just like every other artist does. But the way I see it is if I'm being realistic about I need to make money to survive. I need to make money so my wife and fucking family can whatever and all this stuff. I have responsibilities, people that love me, that I love. I need to do better. I need to be better. And so that's why I think of like, okay, well, time to focus up, Evan, take care of it like a business and treat myself like a business, treat my time like my resources that I can allocate. That's the way I convince myself to do social media, is because I'm trying to evaluate it in that way and assign that value. When I think about it like that, it makes me kind of go like, this sucks and I don't want to edit a video, but this is what is the price that I am paying to not have to go work for a studio. The fact that I can say, hey guys, I'm done for a week, I'm going on vacation, fuck you guys,
that'd be nice. The fact that I have the freedom to do that, or the freedom that I didn't stream for 3 weeks because some of my family was very sick and I had to take care of them and whatnot. And we had a big fucking family emergency. The fact that like that's important to me. So the sacrifice of having to do the business stuff I don't want to do is greater than the danger of working for a company that says, no, you can't take 3 weeks off. No, you work for, like, you can take vacation pay or whatever, or like take sick days for or whatever, but no, you can't just decide to not show up to work for 3 weeks because somebody's sick and you want to take care of them. So that's the sacrifice, right? And eventually you get good enough, like a lot of streamers or whatever, they don't make videos themselves, they just have an editor that makes videos for them. So as you build the business for yourself, then you start gaining in resources other than just time. And then when you start making some money, you can like have an editor say like, hey, I'm just gonna throw you my process videos, can you make them into funny cool meme videos and post them on the internet? And then you automate the process, and then you remove one thing from you. But in the beginning, you're all that you've got, unless you could get some sort of VC investments from somebody, you know, it's willing to pay you $10,000 for some kind of weird investment in some way that then you can hire an editor. And I don't know how that would work, because it's kind of not the process for especially creatives that we don't have a product that we're selling in the same way that you can invest in. It's just us. But anyway, that's the way I think about videos. That's the way that it makes it posting easier for me, when I feel like I'm not just posting into the ether, into the abyss for no reason. Why am I doing this? I hate this. Take a breath. Tell myself that this is what I got to do. This is the price I'm paying for the freedom of working for myself. I am now the business, and I got to fire my fucking marketing team, you know? But I know it doesn't work for everybody, but that's the way I think about it. So Kelsey's are doing well on Instagram as well. Of course, it counts towards scrolling between images as interacting. Yeah, I still don't do well with carousel. I don't know why. I'm gonna try something new actually, Tides. I'm gonna try a carousel with fan art and see if that attention changes things. But you know what? Hold on. Wait. I'm being lazy. I just copiumed an excuse. They don't do well and they haven't performed well, so that's why I don't do them. You're absolutely right. I should be posting some carousel images of finished projects. There's no excuse. The fact that I've tried it, didn't work, and I didn't like them and whatever, then, you know, okay, cool story, Evan. Follow your own advice and fucking do it. You know? So yeah, that's how easy it is, man. That's how weak-minded I am, where it's like I just made an excuse for myself. That's why I have to tell myself the story about like how to do this thing to make it sense to myself, because I just demonstrated in real time how dumb and lazy I am. Okay, dude. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, well, there you go. See, so you're right. Yeah, I should try to post, you know, carousels once in a while, because you're right. They do well when you can. Yeah, yep. There's no excuse. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try them for a little while and try and build that into my schedule or whatever. So, thanks for the breakdown. You should clip that into a video. You're right. I should make that into a short. You know what? Hey, listen, today is the day of me being honest. So you're right. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna write, make a short about art as business. Thanks for holding me accountable. Self-deprecation is strong today, I see. I'm just trying to stay real. It's jokes, Maggie. We're good. But it is real. It is strong. Yes. Self-deprecation is always strong. When have I ever talked about myself like I'm some Giga Chad? I'm not Fell Plague, okay? What do you mean out here? I don't parse. I don't have gold parses, bro. For carousels, reels, and tires reels. Yeah. I wish that Instagram doesn't have a feature where you can show only things from people you follow, right? That's one thing I don't like about Instagram. Is Instagram, my Instagram algorithm is cooked. Olaglow, thanks for the follow. Found your channel and much appreciate the value of your advice, dude. I'm honored to have you here. Really means the world to me. So thanks for the follow. Posting through and work in progress of the project. Is it okay if I recommend a video to check out YouTubing? To check out on YouTube talking about social media recently? I'd love it. Yeah. Unfortunately, links are disabled in my chat. So if you post a link to it, it'll just show up a star. I don't even get to see it. But if you let me, if you either post in the Discord, in the stream topics, or if you tell me who it's by and what it's called, I would love to watch it, because this is something I'm very passionate about right now, is trying to grow my social media presence, because the project that I'm working on mainly is a D&D adventure, and so I need a lot of people to see the D&D adventure. So I can't just, I'm trying to transition in some ways from working for a couple of people for a very large amount of money, instead of having like a couple people each month pay me several hundred to $1,000 to draw for them. I'm trying to do something that's like larger, wider spread reaching. That's my own project. And so in that, how am I going to do that? Well, I have to market my project really well, which means I have to grow on social media. I have this dumb idea in my head that I can't run my Kickstarter until I have 100,000 YouTube subscribers or Instagram followers, which is obviously just a dumb metric. That's just a goal that I'm not like shooting towards, that I'm like moving towards, but not determined for. But I do need to think about social media growth, not in like a, oh, need more numbers, but in like literally need to show 1,000 people a thing, and if 5 people decide to back the Kickstarter, that's great. So I do need to grow actually quite a bit. So if you have it, I'd love to see it. You've gold parses. Got some gold and pink on normal, but heroic I'm just purple. Damn, bro. Don't break the illusion for me, bro. Come on. Really like Inkwell's new video he did with his friend Vaughn. Talked about this exact thing on a stream and put in a nice video. Inkwell, social media. The downfall of social media in 2023. No, that's older. Can artists still grow on social media from 10 months? Oh, this is it, right? With Vaughn. Can artists still grow on social media, featuring Devin L, Kunz Art, and Vaughn Art? I'm guessing this is it. I'm hoping. Is this my video? Okay, good. I don't want to lose my place here. That's an older one? Oh, okay. All right. Well, I don't watch a lot of like many, if any, ever Inkwell videos, so I will go find it, because I appreciate it. Sick. Yeah, no, this guy's legit, like one of the better YouTuber, artist, whatever kind of like personalities. So one just came out a week ago. Let's see. Social media is a trap for artists. I'm guessing this is it.
What did that say? Blue sky
0 likes. Oh my god. What a thumbnail. Social media strategy, 6-month strategy, algorithm update with guest artist Vaughn Art. Okay, sick. Yeah, no, I'll watch the shit out of this. Like this is good shit. This is the kind of stuff that I like to think about. So yeah, no, I appreciate that. I really appreciate the recommendation. I will happily. I'll have to watch it twice, because I'll be watching it while I'm working, and I always watch, if it's an important video that I want to watch when I'm working, I actually go through it twice, which is a little annoying, but I'll do it on 2 different days. So I'll watch it one evening, and then I'll watch it again the next evening, so I make sure I get it. So my guild is the raid blind, so I gotta do mechanics, can't just big dick deeps. That sounds like a quitter attitude, bro. Standing in fire sounds like your healers need to gear up. Am I right? Ricky Bobby, if you ain't first, you fucking what? That's what I thought. You're a warlock, Mel. You have a lineage of standing in fire. Literally. He also did a great video on what he did well and poorly on his Kickstarter. Oh, that would be really useful for me. Okay, sick, yeah. Also, my issue with Instagram shows me stuff like 85% not of people I follow. It's annoying as heck. I wonder, Slasian, if it's just that I don't have a very like well-established or well-constructed, like I probably need to like more things on Instagram. But I scroll my Instagram and I get a lot of shit from like, I'm like, what is this like weird? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if Instagram just doesn't know what I want, because I don't ever like things. And that's something that's a bad habit from the Twitter days. Like, there's no reason not to like everything on you like on Instagram, like literally, right? But on Twitter, obviously, it's like, it was a public, and people would be like, why did you like this thing? And whatever. It was like a whole fucking dramatic thing. So I have a habit of being like, oh, that's cool, Instagram, and like scrolling past, whatever. But I try and like everything that I see as much as I can, whatever, to build my algorithm so that it shows me the art that I want to see, you know, and the cool stuff that I actually am like interested in or whatever. So instead of it does have an issue with showing random crap just from not being active on the site. Yeah, weirdly I find that like the algorithm that seems to be the most intelligent, and I don't scroll much at all. I scroll a little bit to see like kind of what's going on as far as other creators I know, and just see like keep my like finger on the pulse a little bit. I found weirdly the TikTok algorithm seems to be the one that gets me the most without much interaction. So I might spend 5 to 10 minutes looking around on stuff on each site a day. If I spend more than a half hour on scrolling of any kind combination, I'm having a bad day, which sometimes I have bad days, you know, we all do. Fair enough. Mrs. K talking about dice. What the fuck? All right. Anyway. Yeah. So, but really TikTok seems to be the one that gets, and I think I'm following the least amount of people. Yeah, I'm only following 123 people on TikTok. Like, none of them are artists, almost. Weird, dude. That's strange shit, man. I'm gonna count from art and art, so it only shows me artists. The other one is all the trash and memes. Yeah, dice? What is it showing me dice for? Does TikTok not know that I'm married to a dice maker? How dare you show me not my wife's dice? Ugh, TikTok, please. God, revolting. No, I like a lot of dice maker stuff because Ella knows a lot of dice makers, so I like talk to them and whatnot. There's lots of dice makers I like, but I don't buy dice that anymore ever because Ella gives me so many dice that she makes that I just don't want more dice in my life. Not enough that I go buy them ever. So let me a TikTok account surely to make sure my name didn't get taken, so I don't like short form videos. Is so boring. Yeah, I mean, TikTok seems to be the site that can have the most frequent virality and sort of nuclear growth. But I really value Instagram quite a bit because there's an ability to talk to people on Instagram in a way that there isn't on TikTok. So I can like ask people questions and like, you know, like I don't get a ton of comments on videos. People will comment more on TikTok videos, but I find the comments on Instagram are usually more interesting or interactive or whatever than TikTok, which is just kind of like opinion vomiting. But the one that's tragic is YouTube. My YouTube comments are dude, it's a Fallout war zone. I don't know why. I would have said that TikTok brain rot would have the worst comments, but it is YouTube by a mile. The most unhinged, weird shit people post is absolutely on YouTube, and I don't know what to do about it. I don't know if there's anything to do about it. I think you just post videos, and I just poof out of the comments until I see something from Salesian or Samurai or whatever, you know, and then I'll check to see what somebody I know said or whatever. But man, I don't know. I'm a chronic liker. Not sure if it helps. Well, then I guess I won't like the nonsense that Instagram shows me. There's like a couple of artists, but God. Yeah. I scroll a little bit here and it's just like, I don't even know why I would ever come on Instagram. That is so weird. Whatever. Our Frosted Rainbow Glass D20 recently is huge, shiny, impossible to read, so of course I bought it, naturally. Yeah. Are you trying to say salvage the YouTube comment section? You're doing miracles out here, Salesian, so you're the highlight, the Avacyn in the field of Innistrad, as far as I'm concerned, okay? So it's like a Hydra. Hide 1-5 more pop up. Like, you know what's crazy though is people will say like, oh, your comments aren't that unhinged, Evan. YouTube does a really good job of hiding comments. If you go onto a video, I don't know if maybe we can find an example in real time here. If you go into a video, I go to my creator, my YouTube studio. Oh God. So I will see this occasionally. If I go to a video, my most recent one, short was a while back, wasn't it? Like a week ago. How to handle a bard. Okay.
I'll click on it, and you might see like in the actual video something like,
Wait, you're looking for a Northern War?
Shut up, Evan. Whoops. There we go. So you'll see something like 11 comments or whatever, and you scroll down and there's not 11 comments. The way to do it is to see all of them, is to sort not with top, but for newest first, and then it'll show comments that it hides, right? And so sometimes I'll do that and I'll see like, oh, why are there 5 comments? I only see 3. And I'll sort it like this, and there's like 2 comments in there that YouTube isn't even showing because they don't even pass YouTube's vibe check. I'm like, Jesus, unhinged fucking, like, I mean it. Like, I usually clear out as much as that as I can, but if you go into a YouTube video and you check in like overnight, if I don't get to the video first in the morning, if you get to me before that video and you see some of the unhinged shit people post in that video, holy God, I can't, like, some of it I can't even repeat on Twitch, but a lot of it's just like, people are depraved out here, man. Like, what is YouTube even doing? Why is TikTok a more intellectually fucking engaging and narratively interesting content section than YouTube? Like, the bar is on the ground, YouTube, and still you decide to get out a shovel. So, like, I don't know if there's any like hidden comments or whatever, but if I go into community, this might be a terrible idea. Sort by newest comments. Okay, I'm not seeing anything that I haven't cleared out or whatever. But yeah. That's called a Lagatha? What? I don't know what that means. Yeah, here is where I see the stuff. Here is where I see the murderous intent, crazed, like, shuddering to think. All my friends have to go to the first 30 minutes and get the bot comments out that have nothing to do with the video. I don't get a ton of bot comments, I don't think. Maybe the unhinged ones are bot comments, actually. Yeah. YouTube doesn't like me leaving for the orb on the YouTube videos. So if you leave the same comment, like, or the same phrase in comments, then YouTube thinks you're spamming. So if you say for the orb in every single comment, then YouTube thinks that you're a bot. Have you been commenting on videos with for the orb and it just doesn't show it? That's so funny. Oh God. Suppressing the orb, man. Damn, bro. Wow. They don't even like the orb? Fuck, man. Might be the speed of how quickly people are going through the content on TikTok versus YouTube view speeds. Oh, might be actually, yeah. Like I said, it's from Vikings. Oh, okay. That's the show, right? Made a reminder to download the VODs when I get home. Let's see if I can get a video up and maybe get a few viewers. Let's go, dude. Fuck yeah. Love to grow on social media a bit. Awesome. Sick. Look forward to hear it. Look forward to seeing it and hearing about your meteoric rise. No, I know it's annoying. I know it's really annoying to do this shit, but it is we have to pick our poison, I think. And I think that, like, starting to decide that I was going to try to treat my own art career as if I was running a business is a big component of I think how I'm trying to make this sustainable. You know? So I don't know. Didn't check held comments just to make sure that some are totally fine, don't get put in comment jail. That's true. Occasionally someone like poor Nick gets just sentenced to the gallows or whatever. So do you have any advice on how to do a video when the artwork is horizontal, not vertical? So I've learned a little bit here. Yes. There's two things that I think are useful. So the first is, if you can frame your work, like what I've realized is that on TikTok or whatever, YouTube,
the actual framing is, you don't need to adhere to it entirely. So my frame that I record in, this is the direct 21:9 whatever fucking visual, or no, sorry, 16:9. This is the phone exact resolution I record in that, right? So what I've realized though is that if you have your phone resolution, the top usually has the search bar and some other shit, and people don't look at it. The bottom usually has other information and shit, people don't usually look at it. So as long as the majority of your piece, you can have a little bit more of a like central kind of like perspective in your canvas. Also, in a lot of these pieces, even if you do have stuff that's on the exterior, if still the main subject of whatever it is in the middle of the video, it still passes as a perfectly fine video. Another thing that I've seen people do that works, that I plan to implement myself here or there, is I've seen people have either talking head, so them talking about the process, and then they have their vertical or their horizontal sort of like speed painting process right here. Or they have the finished image down here, and they have the process up here. That also works really well too, if you tend to work horizontal instead of vertical. The only time that I've really like put this into practice was two videos. One was ring type thing. Let me see if I can find it here. I'm not sure if I actually made a video out of it. I don't think I did. Nope, definitely didn't. All right. This is also a way to do it. So this is a vertical piece, or sorry, a horizontal image of these characters. And so you can kind of bounce between croppings of your recordings. And even though you don't necessarily show the full image at the end, if you're just trying to think about your like total kind of like I make a mistake if you're trying to pan it, and I know you can do that. I just don't know how to do it in proper editing. At the end of this video, you'll see me like panning it really awkwardly, like manually panning it across, which is like shaky and bad, and don't do that. I don't think I show that in this video though. Yeah, I just use that recording for something else. But anyway, you don't need to, like that Geminos piece is a horizontal image. And for the purposes of a video, I don't think you need to necessarily show the entire image on your screen, right? I don't think that's required. So I zoomed in on the different elements or whatever, but also the top and bottom finished pieces. There's also an artist that I follow that talks. He's like a technical, like he's teaching techniques, and he'll have talking head at the bottom of his thing where he's talking about what to do. And talking head I think is good, because I think the talking head is more relatable or whatever. So poisoned, heavy alcohol and drug reliance. Let's go. Shit. Well, no more parses anyway. From home, and my job is 90% dealing with gremlin VTubers and their silly little problems. Oh, that's right. You work with, oh yeah, okay. All right. I don't know what you do specifically, Fel, but I know you do something with glitch stars, right? So yeah, what's it like fucking handling the immediate requirements to delete half of what Miwa Bell posts on her alt Twitter account? Jesus Christ, can you imagine? I can't. Finishing would be great. Nah, Steve, we're just chilling, bro. I Final Cut Pro, so I'm sure I can do all the things I'm unaware of. Yeah, I use DaVinci Resolve because it's free. I like it. So I use DaVinci Resolve, and I also use CapCut, because DaVinci Resolve, okay, does do auto captions, but you have to pay for the paid version of it, which is like $500 or $300, something like that. It's hundreds of dollars for the full version that you have to pay for. But if you do pay for it, you can do captions. If you don't pay for it, you can't do captions. CapCut can do captions, but it requires a monthly fee. And so right now I am in the temporary awkward state of needing to edit a video on my computer, transfer it to my phone, add the captions on CapCut, remove the ending and watermark, and then I post it from there. So there are better ways to do it. I'd like to do it just for my PC and only on my PC. But I need to get together the funds, and finding $500 or whatever DaVinci Resolve is in the midst of buying $2,500 printers and shit has been a challenge. Maybe when I release the cards formally and take pre-orders for them in like a week or two here, then I will buy it, so I don't have to keep spending the money on whatever. YouTube knows the Orb Commons is a cult. It absolutely does. That's Nick's problem. I did stretch, yes. Thank you for reminding me. So
It's good that you already have it, actually. Yeah, so yeah, that works then. Users all have been learning and focusing on using it solely if possible. Yeah, I used to use Premiere because I used to pay for the Adobe Master Collection, but I realized I was only using Premiere and Photoshop. And so I don't need to pay $100 a month. I can pay $30 a month for Photoshop and just use DaVinci. Seems to be fine. So, executive assistant to dual logs. Oh shit, okay. My job is stuff like making thumbnails, uploading, downloading, and organizing VODs to be edited, find games and videos for them, or pre-check videos for them, and help them with all their silly little problems whenever they're needed. That's cool, dude. I didn't realize that. That's awesome, man. That's really fun. So, oh, so that's when you're talking about how the Warcraft meta was your idea. I see. Okay. Okay. That's cool. That makes sense then why you. Oh, wow. Executive. So do you have to go through and manually unban logs every day after stream when he says more than 3 words in any of the talent chat and gets banned? Is that your job to go through and unban him in like 15 talent chats a day, or is that just you just let it slide and just let it ride? Because damn, bro, that's a busy job. That's cool. I have an unserious question on a piece. Lady has horns and a hood on. How does one with horns take a hood on and off? Very carefully. Yeah, it's a very awkward process. You have to like Umaru cape the whole thing up and over, and it's very awkward, and we just don't show that part because it's kind of breaks the illusion of the heroic fantasy, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh well. I pay $15 per month for Photoshop. Do you pay for any other software? No, I don't think so. But yeah, it could be the Canadian price, but it works out to about $30 a month, I think. So yeah, that'd be torture. Their mods do that. Oh, thank God. Okay, good. Also means it won't fall back during heavy wind. Exactly. It's pinned in place, right? Well, actually, they just take their horns off and they take the cloak off and then they put them back on. So, or the hood clasps in the front to wrap around the horns. Maybe we're just not showing that part of the piece. Exactly. You know, I think on this first video, I did have someone leave a paragraph comment on TikTok or YouTube or whatever, talking about the point of a medieval hood, keeping the elements off, and how a non-watertight seal around the horns would cause more problems than it would solve, and that you could create some. You'd have to in order to have like a hood around horns, you'd also have to invent rubber to have a seal around the horn structure, thus making it a science fiction and not a fantasy character anymore. And I read probably the first and last of the 5 or 6 paragraphs they posted, and I realized that person was the final boss of the internet, and it was on my first video. So, you know, what do we do about that? I guess we just admit that we're not fantasy artists after all. You're right, because rubber sealing gaskets for horns are necessary in all forms here. So, oh God. I love Ed Hate posting videos on the internet. It's my favorite thing. The mods love looking at the comments on videos that it's a whole thing. Are there ways to make fabric waterproof with wood resin though? Yeah, but not in the way that was satisfying to that person's particular flavor of whatever was going on with them that day. So I don't know. I don't know. The way I thought about it is that it would just be kind of awkward but you just slide your horn, you just slide the cloak over you or whatever, right? Because the way it's connected is like it's just sort of pinned in the front, so you can just put your cloak over your hood, And I imagine that if you've got horns and you're sliding, I imagine that if you have to slide your horns through your hood every time you put it up on your cloak, I imagine that would be as second nature as it would be to zipping up a coat for us. You just kind of know how to do it without looking at it. So. Now the one that I think that I did build into it that maybe has some legitimacy is the guy's helmet with his horns sticking out. I intentionally made a seam so that there's a front and back plate that go on. That's the one time that maybe I did think this through a little bit more effectively to try and build some sort of idea of how it actually works. But part of me was like, should I just not put a seam in here? And because like the hood you can slide over, but if his horns are going up and out, it's made of metal. Obviously, how would that work? I thought about leaving it just to bait comments of people being like, how does the helmet around the... It's like, what if he just doesn't take his helmet off, man? It was forged, welded around him like some Iron Man shit or whatever, dog. You don't know. Apparently, I don't know either. So, yeah, drawstrings, exactly, right? Just kind of pull it tight or whatever. So, the same thing with friends I mod for. Did you see how unhinged this comment is? Yeah. That's. I don't think they all have access to the dashboard on YouTube, but a lot of the mods see that kind of shit. So, we have 1,000 hoods and just rip off and get another one, like rally car drivers and their visors. Yeah, when you're born as a Geminos, you just have several hundred layers of thin Geminos silk hoods applied to you, and whenever one gets dirty, you just shred it off. Actually, what if some Geminos grow the hoods naturally, the same way that their horns grow from, like, what is it, like keratin or something, like the fingernail and horn material of the body? Maybe they also just naturally spawn hoods on their heads to adapt to the cold, harsh wilderness. This fur, that's not fur from an animal dog. She just lives a free life, okay? Madix extended for another hour? Damn it! Wait, we get Nighthold today? Oh shit. I didn't realize that. Fuck yeah. Give her horn socks. Oh, yeah, dude. You gotta. What if I was thinking about making like some taboo, like you can never show your horn. You can't show exposed horn, you know, as a tiefling, right? Because like, think about the Ahsoka hood is what I was contemplating doing it. The Ahsoka hood is maybe the way to do it for the Trigruda, right? You just have it sort of the little horn points in there. You know, I was considering it. What if like having like exposed horn is a scandalous thing to do in our little world here? You know, change the cultures around a little bit. They actually teeth like narwhals. Oh god! But they come so they're just tusks. They come from their mouth and then just like go up and turn into horns. Like altar orcs or something. That could work. Please, somebody tell your DM for the next character you make that you want to have narwhal tiefling horns, where they're actually tusks that extend from your mouth in and up through your jaw, through your skull, and emerge on the other side. Like those fucking boars whose tusks grow into their skull or whatever, and then kill them eventually. Some shit, I don't fucking know, man. It's your D&D game, dog. Some fell infernal nails of pain or something. Yeah. See, Fel gets it. Yeah. Horses can get ear teeth. Okay, well that's enough internet for us today. I think that is a great thought to leave it on today. So, you know, good job, everybody. We got our piece done for our boy here. Where was it? I don't know. It's somewhere around there. Anyway, thanks for joining me today. I appreciate it. It cradles the brain. No, dude. It's their brain cage, dog. Oh god, that's why they can't show exposed horn, because you'll know what color their brain is then. You'll know what their brain tastes like at that point in time. Ugh. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Instead of growing down, grows out, for it out the skull. Yeah, exactly. Yep. That's the next. That's like do it, cowards. You won't. Hey, thanks for chilling with me today. I appreciate it. I'll probably be posting a video tonight. So if you want to see any of the process things, they are all right there in the chat. So there it is. Thank you all. I appreciate that. Yeah, you guys are awesome. I don't know what we're doing today or tomorrow. Probably doing some merfolk design. So if you guys want to see attractive merfolk being attractive, maybe we'll do that tomorrow. But that or I'll just continue doing Critical Role art all week. I'm having fun, and you will not stop me. So anyway, be good. Catch y'all later. Until next time, my friends. Until next time, support your local narwhal tiefling, and farewell.